Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I'm not Peyton Hans and John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Hans and John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is this
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quiet.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
And he does not wish to be represented. Okay, we'll stop right there. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. So good to have you join me today. Thank you for being here. It is Monday. It is Monday, and it's been a long time coming. We are so excited. We are so excited for what's going to happen today because we have a long-anticipated witness who will be appearing in court today, according to the schedule that the defense has provided. And yes, it may be spicy. It may be spicy. A couple things we have to take care of first, as always. First of all, that's not it. Let's try one more time. It's always the second try. There we go. Mystic Mama, first in chat this morning. It's been a little bit, Mystic Mama, since you've committed the crime of talking first in chat, breaking the radio silence, so to speak. But welcome back into the offender list. This also will go on your permanent record. But as the offender who was first in chat, we were going to punish you with internet ownership and lay on your shoulders the heavy task of maintaining everything IP related worldwide. So go ahead and just buckle down and get prepared for that workload. Thank you very much, Mystic Mom. It's good to have you back on the winners list. Let's see what else we had this morning. Sienna Van Scoor.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I apologize too. Sienna, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for joining us as a new member. Also, we have Joyful as a brand new member this morning. Please welcome both of them. We appreciate both of you joining us. Rudy Patootie, 6 months, says, what's that in dog years? I don't know the math. What's that in cat years would probably be more relevant for me. Do they count differently? Anyway, thank you, Rudy Patootie. Thank you also to Sienna and Joyful. Good to have all of you here. We are so excited for today. We are so excited. I'd be more excited if all the feeds were working properly, but all in good time. We'll get there. Let's see. We have birthdays. Apparently, everyone has birthdays, and this is Halloween Eve, right?
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I am. Those sounds will be quiet once court starts, but they're pretty loud right now and just about jumped out of my skin. We do talk about things that aren't relevant. Speaking of things that are relevant, though, hey, Mystic Mama just gifted membership. Thank you very much. And I think it's just one. It came in twice, but I think you gifted one membership. Thank you for your generosity, Mystic Mama. Way to kick off the morning, especially for one Janice, or Janice, as the case may be. Janice, congratulations on winning that membership. Thank you very much, Mystic Mama. Hopefully you guys got to, look at this. 7 says 10 months. 10 months. I think this is our first 10-month message ever. 7, thank you very much. Recent birthday as well. So thank you very much for your continued support. It says, love you all. Thank you. It's Beatty Day. It's Kathy Beatty Day. It's going to be awesome. Jess, your birthday was yesterday. I can include you, Jess, in the song. Let me just make sure we have. Is there anyone else who has a birthday today? And I've missed it. If you've said it in chat, you might need to say it one more time. I've got Jess. Is there anyone else we need to sing to before court starts? Let's see. 2, 3, 1, 4. There we go. Okay, we're all good. That's live. That's hot. That's not. There we go. Let's see. cat sandwich your cat's name sandwich is 5 today. I will. I don't know how to meow. Oop, there's the buffer sound. Let's see. James Hofstetter. Oh, it's gone. There it is. James, I see you. James as well. So Jess, James, not Jesse James. That would be different. Jess and James. And somebody's mom's. JSF, can you tell me what your mom's name is? I'll be happy to include it. Right now we only have 2 other birthdays. So I think that's... All right. I think that's good.
Court is now in session.
We'll sing Buttercup as well. Okay. Buttercup.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
And if we sing to Buttercup, we have to sing to Sandwich as well. So that's cats and dogs both represented equally. Dog Mom says, love to all. Ready for today, 4 months. Thank you very much, Dog Mom. All right, I think we've got 4. I didn't see the mom's name. But we'll wish a happy birthday to, who was it? JSF 1993's mom. That's a bit much to add in the song like that, but I'm just checking to see if we get... Oh, and it's probably the slow mode, so we won't be able to add anything till after the song's over. All right, court is going to begin in just a few moments, so we are going to go ahead and sing now. And I think that's good. Nurse says my husband has work off today and is watching with me again. Nurse Elise, thank you very much for dragging your husband in here and forcing him to watch this. No, that's awesome. That's awesome you can watch together. All right. Everyone warm up your voices because this is a sing-along. This is not a solo. Here we go. We've got Jess, James, Buttercup, and Sandwich. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jess, James, Buttercup, and Sandwich. Happy birthday to you.
Yesterday equals my birthday. Tomorrow equals my lil bros.
Let's see, who said that? That came in like perfect timing. Matthias Grease. Yesterday was my birthday. Tomorrow's my little bros. Matthias, I hope you also have a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Matthias Grease. Thank you very much. And little bro tomorrow. Hope he also has just an enjoyable day as well. For all those who are celebrating a birthday on or about today, because we also celebrate over the weekend, I do hope that today is a special day for you. And it's not lost on me that you could be a million places, including Denny's getting free pancakes right now. But no, you're here with us getting set for court. The privilege is ours, and that the specialness of that occasion is not lost on me. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to all. All right, we are kind of, I think we're kind of caught up. I think we have everything. Ella, I missed you. It's your birthday too. Happy birthday. Cat Charlie, happy birthday as well. Or it's my cat Charlie's gotcha day. What is a gotcha day? Is that a cat thing that I should know about, having recently become the I guess the owner of a cat? If cats really have owners, I'm not sure if that really happens.
I'm not a cat.
Weird Pisces, welcome to the gallery. Welcome as well. I'm not a cat. Okay, it's my daughter's 18th birthday is Friday. Meg's on Friday. Give me your daughter's name in chat. Be here right as we begin, and I'll sing to her as well. It's adoption day, the gotcha day. That makes sense.
I'm not a camel.
I was thinking it was like some sort of the day you take them to the vet, sort of gotcha, that sort of day, which is completely different. And cats and dogs don't celebrate that one at all. All right, I'm a cat dad now. The cat was fed this morning. I'm really excited. I like what owning
Thanks
a pet.
for covering this trial, RA and mods.
Thank you very much, Cielo. I appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat this morning. I was going to say, I like what having a cat
that was terrible.
does for my kids. The responsibility of cat ownership and caring for the cat and knowing they have to keep, feed it regularly and have water out for it and just the everything that comes with pet ownership as far as responsibility comes related. I love that. I do not like the fur. I do not like the allergies.
Hi, Recovery. It's always wonderful to see you every morning. You make my morning better.
Kidda Smith, So thank you very much.
I'm not a
Thank
cat.
you for the super chat. We're going to get started with trial here in just a second, and we'll turn off these sounds. A very smart YouTuber raised a concern for me, or raised a concern when she saw my live stream, and I thought, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to do that. And unfortunately, it's going to take a tiny bit away.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
It's going to take a tiny bit away from our live stream, especially in the morning. But I've only once run into the problem where somebody said something in a super chat that was inappropriate. But I think I need to turn off the auto voice reading of super chats because it unfortunately has no filter.
Spiffy legal mumbo jumbo talkie recovery dude.
So this is what I'm talking about. I know this is good. Matt Bonds, thank you very much. That's okay. But we're gonna make a slight change. So in the future, the super chat messages are not going to be read, and I just want to let you know that change hopefully will happen today.
You made Buttercup's day. Thank you.
Somebody's going to squeeze something in here, and I'm going to be in trouble. But thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate that. The super chat. Happy birthday, Buttercup, as well. All right, so I'll turn off those voices. They're off as effective right now. All the sounds are off as we're getting set for court. Let me show you where we're at right now. Oh, it's right there. That's where we are. Anyway, that was advice from Emily D. Baker. Yes, Emily D. Baker said she calls it the TTY. V or something. It's text to voice message or something like that, which she accurately did call that's something that's frequently done on gaming channels, which I have a gaming background, and that's probably where I got that. But as we get more serious and unfortunately as we get larger, the amount of trolls that our mods have had to deal with in chat has escalated. And it's just a matter of time before someone decides to troll with a little bit of cash behind it and do something inappropriate. So for that reason, I'm going to take Emily's advice and fix a little potential flaw in the system. Let's see. Other than that, let's see. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. I have a couple questions. Katie, first of all, yes, 100%, I agree. The other thing is, my cat, it doesn't meow like other cats do. It's sort of like an attack growl, like meow, like that. It's like a mean meow, and it purrs better than any cat I've ever heard. But the meow is like this raspy, like mean thing, and I'm wondering if that's normal or if it will grow out of it, and learn how to. Do I have to teach it proper meowing techniques? I honestly want to know. The other thing I have to ask is for all you who have riding lawnmowers. It's the first time in my life I've had a riding lawnmower when I got this yard. I need small engine advice. What is the cause of the engine going vroom 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 at idle? Somebody out there I know has a small engine. I know it's a Briggs & Stratton 22 horsepower John Deere E130, if that makes any difference. 42-inch riding lawnmower. It's my favorite lawnmower ever because it has a steering wheel. All the rest had a push bar. But my one, well, actually I had two things that I wanted when I moved here, and one was a riding lawnmower, and I got a riding mower for the first time ever. But now it's doing something that I would rather it not do. I mean, I can mow like that, but it's like rum rum. It's while sitting still, Megs, while sitting still. Some not out of gas. We've got good gas in there. I'm just wondering if I need to greeners. This is why we can't have nice things. Unfortunately, that is true, greeners. Dirty carburetor. That sounds like it requires work to fix. I am going to do the maintenance thing on it, where you change the oil filter, which has like a 30-second oil filter. It's like some custom easy change thing. I'm going to do that. I'm going to replace the gas filter and the spark plugs. I'll replace the fuel filter that's in the box. It has like a box, like a do-at-home kit to tune up your. How do you clean the carburetor without like stripping the engine apart? Because if I strip the engine apart, trust me, this thing will never run again. And that's my track record with small engines. Maybe the chuck is stopped. The chuck is on the choke is on the throttle, and I can work the throttle. the choke's on the top end of the throttle. It's like right above high throttle is choke, and that works properly. You have to teach the cat pupper mouse. You have not done that yet. Miss Christie, is this a thing? I've not been unsuccessful being able to teach a cat anything ever. Okay, so we'll handle the small engine repair and everything later as we get set for court. Buckle up. It might start immediately with Kathy Beattie. Of course, with a little bit of document discussion first thing in the morning. This is good advice. This is good questions. I like all of these. Okay. Let me get Zoom running as well. Let's see. My mods are talking about snow. Did some of you get snow? It is it's 70 degrees outside, and the sun it's barely come up. And some of you got snow? That is unfortunate. Okay, I'm looking. All right, hold on. Judge is here. Too late. Oh, this is what I need. I need the objection counter.
This is case number 2018 CA5321, Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. Versus Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances, please.
Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney, Samantha Lawrence on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Ethan Shapiro, Howard Hunter, Pat Krols, David Hughes, joined by Dr. Amin for the defense.
In follow-up from a conversation we had last week, during deliberations, you probably will not be allowed to be sitting in the courtroom during deliberations. You will probably have to be outside the courtroom.
Okay. That's for
Outside,
everyone?
yeah.
Will we be able to evacuate exhibits during that time, or is that same issue?
I think it's going to depend on the availability of courtroom E, which is under the purview of another judge, and I don't know her schedule. So I don't know the answer to that question. Okay.
And Judge, if we could come to some agreement so that we know, the jury could be out a long time, a little time, and they'll have questions, but would it be all right if counsel did not hang around right here, at least after the first hour or so, that where you get questions? The question is, I think everybody's about 15 minutes from here, but what's your view?
Here's my view. I always ask the attorneys to give the clerk their cell phone numbers in case there's a question or whatnot.
Right.
I'm not going to say you have to stay in the courthouse, but please, if it's a question, I don't want to have to wait an hour to get everybody together.
He's talking about jury deliberation time.
I'm just saying, I know around lunchtime it might be a little bit different, but for generally speaking, if you're somewhat close, I would appreciate that.
The doctor will need to leave the room
cancel the
during deliberation. He says cancel the fishing trip.
Miss Corrales, I think you were trying to stand up.
I didn't know if Your Honor had something else you wanted to address. I just have some exhibits I need for my first witness.
Let's go through as many as we can get.
Okay, great. Well, if I could direct us to specific ones I need for this morning. So if we go to page 3 of the one that was forwarded to the court and counsel this morning. Can you bring it up 3217-534?
You said 3217?
Yes, it's on page 3. So this is there's 5 similar to this, Judge, and I'll give the exhibit numbers as we go through them. But essentially, they're Jack Kowalski's emails to Kathy, giving her the times or the dates that he wants to visit, and her response. the admissions by the plaintiff and plan of intent by Ms. Beatty.
Plaintiffs?
No objection.
Okay.
So glad I can just sit here.
Sorry?
I'll receive into evidence 3217-534. 534.
All right, 3217-568. We'll redact that cell phone, Judge. Sorry. You want to take that down? Can we take that down, Judge? I apologize.
Probably too late for the
my apologies.
internet.
It's already ringing.
Can you redact that, please?
Mr. Kowalski probably need to get a new cell phone now.
It's already here.
Okay.
Wow. Judge says, Mr. Kowalski, you probably need to get a new cell phone now. And he says, I already have.
You can put it back up.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Do you need to see it again, Mr. Anderson?
I guess if it's possible to redact it, but if it's a pain to redact
No,
it.
it's not. He can do it. Yeah, can you put it back up then? 3217-568. No, was there no objection?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
3217. Can you look at 598 before you give it to everybody and make sure?
Wait a second. So 568, there's no objection to?
Let me put it back up to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
We are. 3217.
I don't think we have an objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Court receives in evidence 3217-568 as redacted. And again, let's make sure we get the clerk the redacted version.
598.
No objection.
Court receives in evidence 3217-598. Madam Clerk, did we get on Friday those that we redacted? Did you get the redacted versions, or are we still waiting on any documents from Friday? Or last week, I should say. Yeah. You got it? Okay. Thank you. What's next, Ms. Cross?
3217-716.
No objection.
Court receives in evidence 3217-716.
3217-803.
No objection.
Court receives in evidence 3217-803.
Okay, 3217-784.
They've switched microphones in the courtroom because the counselors, the defense, or excuse me, the plaintiffs discussing these, and the other mic systems that are a little clearer would pick up their sound. So they've switched to another mic just so we don't hear that.
It's an email from Mr. Kowalski at the bottom to Kathy inquiring about the dresses that he had dropped off. Kathy's response.
Today we get Kathy Beatty on the stand live, direct and cross.
And his response to that.
No objection.
Is there anything with respect, I see Ms. Salisbury's email is there.
What do we need?
You want to redact it?
No, I'm just asking the plaintiffs. I don't know if it's necessary. I'm just.
Well, hang on. It's true. I did notice it was from Debbie Salisbury.
No, it was one of the recipients of the email, not from her.
Would you like us to redact the attorney?
I actually don't think, well, yes, redact the attorney, please. Thank you, Judge.
So as redacted, the court will receive into evidence Exhibit 3217-784.
Okay. 3217, 850, and 851.
We anticipate some fireworks today. We really do. These
so
documents.
The court may recall that plaintiff put in emails regarding photographs that were taken prior to my going to court on January 6th. This is in the same stream of emails, but they didn't put these in, so we think for completion they need to be put in, and they're addressing the photos that were taken when she got back from court.
That's probably going to be one of the main line of questioning, is Kathy Beatty making sure there were two sets of photos.
Court receives into evidence 3217-850 and 851A.
Magical Mary, thank you for gifting a membership.
851A, does that indicate that
Oh yeah, we removed. There is. Would you like to see it without the redaction? Sure. Do you have it without the redaction?
I have it.
Okay. Great. Yeah, I need it without the redaction. Thank you. Here you go. Here's the redaction. Thank you for the CPI. Here's the order.
I'm looking for it. Cali girl.
We do have an issue with the redactions. We'd like some of what's been redacted to be returned.
Which?
This.
That sneaky, good catch. Good catch, Mr. Whitney.
This is fine. But this sentence, I think, should stay.
We'll have to talk to the court about it. I don't have let me see if I have another copy, Judge.
So Mr. Whitney was just handed a copy of the unredacted version. He drew on it. Now she needs another copy to hand to the
You have
judge.
another copy? I have another copy. Great. Your Honor, can I approach? Sure.
Judge is in a good mood this morning. Still not sure if his wife has told him what his duties are as far as Halloween.
851 without the redaction.
I don't see the comment about Jules yet.
And he put up the version with redaction so I can see what we're talking about.
I talked to Jules over the weekend, and we agree. If,
so, Judge,
if I had gave that impression at all,
after return,
I'm sorry, but that was not intentional.
Sentences we're dealing with. I think why don't you speak as to what you want to include?
Hang on, Judge. Let me talk to him.
There was a conversation that Jules and I had where on the air, and I may have heard something wrong or may have said something wrong. Jules did not. There was no indication that the jurors were doing anything inappropriate. She hadn't said that, and if I took something out of context, that's all on me. But and I have no basis to say that. There's Jules though in the courtroom doing a great job.
I understand that the defense efforts at redactions would be to take out issues that are only relevant to the dependency proceeding. If you look below, it says Nancy and Debbie. This would be an internal email from Ms. Beatty, so it would be a party admission. And that next sentence is what we would require to stay, which is Maya has a FaceTime visit with her mother at 11 and 5 tomorrow and Sunday for 30 minutes each that must be supervised by a social worker. That sentence should stay. It's not the dependency proceeding. The restrictions below can be redacted, but that sentence in and of itself needs to stay.
I think it goes to Chapter 39, Judge, which is why I redacted it.
They're going to withdraw the.
It, in fact, goes directly against Chapter 39 dependency order that the defense insisted upon, which was that the mother was to have unsupervised FaceTime calls during this period of time.
Actually, the order says they can be supervised.
Yeah, I was going to say at that time it was able to be supervised.
As of December something.
Yes, it's permissive. Ms. Beatty's position here is that it's required to be supervised by her. So we think it's relevant to the restrictions Ms. Beatty felt necessary to impose on these calls.
Judge, I think it's Chapter 39.
Well, I will agree with Mr. Whitney. We can redact out the 1 through 5, but the decision to supervise is permissive within the order, so I don't think.
Let's see if they withdraw the
going to
admission.
run afoul of trying the Chapter 39 case in this case. So leave in. Now, what about this reference to the state attorney?
No, we stopped at they were okay, I think.
I'm asking Mr. Whitney.
Yes, Your Honor. We're okay with the balance of the first paragraph being redacted as is. We're okay with the second paragraph being redacted. We'd like Nancy and Debbie left in. And then that sentence we just discussed.
Yeah.
May I have that copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Oksana Luck, thank you very much for a huge super sticker.
So as just
thank you.
outlined, we'll make that, is this going to be A or B?
Yes. It's 3217.
We probably need to make this one B because you had a previous, did we already mark the A? So it'll have to be B.
Okay. So 3217-850 and then 851B. Judge, that's, I believe, all the ones I need in for my first, oh no, I'm sorry. 3403, 1 to 3. And we could probably just do 2 of them, but
I think a couple of the lawyers have been
just do
clicking
2 and
pens.
3, please.
A couple have been clicking pens, but this morning I think it's Miss
Judge, these are
Cruell's.
important because they involve the Christmas dresses that were dropped off, and these were the dresses that she was wearing. You can see that they were dropped off on the 23rd, the one's taken on the 24th, and one's taken on the 25th.
The cat brought me a little bird already. A very pretty little bird.
No objection.
So we'll just put in 2 and 3.
2 and 3, number 1's not going in.
Yes, we don't need 3. And then...
so the court receives into evidence 3403, numbers 2 and 3.
Thank you. And then the next one is 3405. They are Ms. Beatty's performance evaluations for 2015 and 2016. The ones that the plaintiff had.
The ones that the plaintiff had.
We object for obvious reasons.
I haven't read it, so tell me what the obvious reason is.
Well, Judge, they don't have the 2017, and so what they're trying to do, this would all be 403 and irrelevant because these were prior to the time period when all of this occurred, and they don't have the one for 2017. So by putting in ones from 2014, 15, 16, they are trying to give the jury an impression of something which we cannot counter because we don't have the ones from 2017 there's a depo this weekend, and it was a computer glitch. But for whatever reason, there isn't one. And so being able to put these in without us having the opportunity to see the 2017
there was a computer glitch?
Is completely unfair. How are we going to do it?
So what happened, what was the outcome of the deposition?
I'm happy to address it, Your Honor. We did the deposition yesterday of the HR personnel. She confirmed that because of the changeover from a paper system to an electronic system, that they went from reviewing all employees on their anniversary date to just reviewing employees on a fiscal July 1 to July 1. So all employees who fell within the review period between July and December just had their review roll over to the next July. So Betty is not unique in having a gap between her last review date when the next one would start on July 1st, 2017. She testified that what they did for performance reviews and evaluations and merit increases, that the supervisor would have the option to put a note in their file that if the employee was exemplary, they would get more than their standard percent raise. If they were falling below, they could be below. And in Kathy Betty's case, there was no supervision email recommending either something above or below. And that deposition happened yesterday.
The deposition confirmed that there is no performance review for Kathy Beatty from the period of November 2016 to July 2017. I have a different understanding than Mr. Shapiro. What we learned in the deposition was that Johns Hopkins is taking the position that they were implementing a new performance review system between July 2017 and December of that year. Since Ms. Beatty's performance review typically fell in October, there was no performance review performed for her for the period between October 2016 and October 2017, immediately after her receiving a disciplinary action in her personnel record. She did, however, get a pay raise on schedule, and then her evaluations, once this new system was apparently implemented, resumed on the October anniversary, and that's confirmed by the October 2018 review that we have. So the fact is, there's a missing performance review for the majority of the relevant admission. Ms. Beatty was not reviewed. So, along with Mr. Anderson's objection, we object to putting in what is here because the 2017 doesn't exist.
Just to correct one issue, Judge, she was reviewed again. She, like all employees at the hospital, their next review started July 1, 2017. She was reviewed annually, July to July, going forward. And they do have, for what it's worth, I mean, I know it's after the fact, we did turn over her next review period, which was July 1, 2017 through July 1, 2018.
And was there a review in October of 2018?
That's not July.
No, it just continues July to July to July to July for the rest of going forward. That's system-wide at the hospital. That was not unique to Ms. Petty.
If you want to discuss the deposition more, there was a protective order filed and there was a dispute during the deposition. I don't know if you want to take that up now or later.
The problem was, Judge, we wanted to know whether this applied to anybody else.
Oh, I have the email showing that it applies to everybody. I'm happy to forward it. I can do that today.
Well, was that subject inquired about, or did you all shut that down?
Thoroughly. The only thing that they start...
Let's not laugh.
I'm sorry.
There's a transcript of what happened, so Your Honor can read it. The deposition went for about 40 minutes. Where I issued a protective order was when they were asking for all HR policy procedures, all policies and procedures on performance reviews from the beginning of time until now, inquiries that would blow open discovery. The question that the court allowed discovery on was the question of why doesn't Ms. Beatty have a written performance review from October through July that was thoroughly explored. The HR representative asked all those questions. There's a transcript of this.
And the policy is somehow sacrosanct that we can't honor the policy?
If there's a policy they want to see, I'm happy to produce a policy.
Well,
but they were.
You just said that you did a protective order in the deposition when they asked for the policies.
Of policies governed, their request for the corporate representative deposition, which we received late Friday night, was for all policies and procedures governing HR and performance. I would think that's fairly wide-ranging and extreme no time limit. But if you want me to get the policy,
I mean, obviously, we're not looking for 1985, but you know, within a couple of years before and after the issue. You okay, Mr. Hunter?
No, I just got a bad email, sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine.
I'm happy to, if there's a policy they want to identify, I'm happy to do it.
I don't understand that. The depositions are, of course, wider ranging than what happens in trial. This is an issue. I don't understand why we're having to spend any court time on it. Give them the policies in the 3 years before and 3 years after the issue.
And if I may, Your Honor, the deponent confirmed, we tried to get her to identify the relevant policies. She confirmed she relies on a mix of Johns Hopkins all children's policies and Johns Hopkins proper policies. So we'd like the policies she was referencing so we can compare what happened here to what the internal policy was.
Okay, let's do that. Let's get it by, what, 5 o'clock today?
So the policy governing employee review, is that what the court would?
It's a performance evaluation, and you're objecting to turning over the policies on performance evaluation?
Their request was for all HR policies. It wasn't for just performance evaluation.
I don't want to get into another issue with, you're asking for the risk management department and not the risk management committee. I want to spend 7 months like we did on that, which was beyond what we needed to do. Just, it's relevant, you know it's relevant. 3 years before, 3 years after.
That's right.
That being said, Judge,
I just went back.
what about this exhibit? Do
I
I just not use it with me?
Here's
Here's
what I'm not sure
I just went back and watched
so
this.
I know what happened at the deposition,
And
which apparently was shut down.
That's fine, Judge. I do not need to talk with Ms. Beatty about this. I'll just put it later on. I'll move it in as long as they're saying I don't need her to.
I'm not moving it in until I know what happened at the deposition.
All right, so we will revisit that later. Judge, that's the only exhibits I need from Ms. Beatty. I would like to address with the court, just so we know on timing.
We are just warming up.
The court wants to.
We're just
the
warming
plaintiff's
up.
motion for more time.
Well,
or not.
It's 2 minutes before we're supposed to bring the jury in.
Okay. It's more their issue than mine, not just this guy.
Anything else that we have to take up before we bring in this jury?
Just addressing the timing, it's their issue more than mine. She really wants to pin them into a corner.
No, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and get the jury.
Okay. While the jury's coming in, Mr. Shapiro was talking about this blowing discovery wide open. It would cause a big problem. While he was saying that, I went back and watched. It was barely visible on the corner of the screen. Mr. Hunter puts his head on his hand, just shakes his head. And the judge paused and said, "You right, Mr. Hunter?" And he put his hand down like he just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And because it seems like he was doing that in response to the judge's direction that he was headed. So it was sort of disrespectful to the judge. And so already Mr. Hunter has been called out like he was last week for "Don't look at me like that, Mr. Hunter." So it's already getting spicy, and it's going to get better. The judge was not happy that Mr. Shapiro shut down that deposition.
Well, greetings to you as well. Maybe I should say salutations and greetings. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case, is that correct? Correct. And have you seen any media coverage about this case? Ms. Pickles, you could call your next witness.
Defense would call Kathy Beatty.
Kathy Beatty's up. Here we go. Victorine says, "I love this channel. Thank you very much. Thanks for your 1 month of support. I appreciate that." Here we go, guys. Buckle up. Let's see how Kathy Beatty compares her performance here compared to what she did on Depo. Yeah, please be respectful of the witness as well. We're just talking about her testimony. Let's be very respectful. If you don't like them or anything else like that, let's keep that to yourself for now. Let's just focus on the testimony, on the facts of the case. We're going to adjust the volume just a little bit here just to make sure it works. Right now they've got their mics. The judge's mic was off for that part, so it was being picked up by the mic in the center of the room. But I will adjust the volume so you can hear.
Sure.
face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Come this way.
Miss Beatty also has a large case of files with her, similar to what we saw Sally Smith with. And it got really quiet. Court mics are all turned off right now. Oh, okay. The judge, they've approached. Yeah, there's nothing going on. The lawyers have approached the bench. That's why it's silent. What you want to pay attention to here is who on the plaintiff side makes the objection. When you hear that objection, that's going to tell you who is going to be crossing that witness, because the witness only has to face one attorney from each side. So whose voice makes the first objection, that's who we're going to hear on cross. Guys, let's be respectful of the witness. Let's not comment on looks. Remember, the image I'm showing you does have a little extra coloration in it. The saturation is a little bit higher on this image. If I showed you the other image, if you watch here, it'll switch back and forth. This one has a little less. So just because she looks red here does not mean she's turning red. I prefer this feed for a couple different reasons on the technical side. But we do have both available, and we have audio from both as well. All right, here we go. Judge just sat down.
Good morning. Would you go ahead and state your name?
Sure. It's Catherine R. Beatty, B-E-D-Y.
Okay, can you make sure you're speaking into the microphone a little bit?
Sure, is that better?
That is better, thank you. Ms. Beatty, are you a licensed social worker?
I am.
And how long have you been a licensed social worker?
For 22 years.
And do you know under what chapter you're licensed?
491.
Are you a medical provider?
No.
Are you a medical doctor?
No.
Are you a nurse?
No.
Do you provide medical care?
No.
Okay, all right. Ms. Beatty, the jury's heard about you. I heard your name, and there's been some discussion about you in court. Are you, in fact, the social worker that was assigned to Maya Kowalski while she was in the All Children's Hospital from October to January, October 16 to January 17?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were there other social workers that were also involved?
Yes.
But were you considered the primary social worker?
Yes.
By the way, Ms. Beatty, did you and I meet last night?
We did.
For how long?
For about an hour and a half.
Let's get a little background. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Clearwater. I was born and raised in Clearwater.
Where did you go to school?
I started out in college at FSU and then returned to Tampa and went to USF and did my master's at USF.
And why did you leave FSU?
I was on a swim scholarship and I hurt my shoulder.
Did you say swimming?
Swim scholarship.
All right. And what was your bachelor's in from USF?
In psychology.
Okay. Can you take us forward with your employment from the time you got until you get your master's? So start with your biology, your bachelor's in psychology, and take us forward.
I came out of college and went to work for Frito-Lay in their management training program. I worked for them for about 3 years and was recruited by Procter & Gamble to work in their beverage division. And from their beverage division, I went to work for Vicks, which P&G bought Vicks. And I worked for Vicks in account settings, so I would call on grocery stores and grocery chains in order to set up their ads and their product for cough and cold and and suntan. And I did that for almost 11 years.
Did that involve a lot of traveling?
It did. I was on the go. I was in an airplane at least 3 or 4 days a week.
Why did you go back to school?
I did. My mom passed away in 1993 and my dad in 94. And I had young children at home. It gave me an opportunity to go back to college. So I think it was in 97 I went back, and I had to take some prerequisites to do a master's in social work. So I took some of the prerequisites and then started my master's in social work in 98.
And when did you graduate with your master's?
In 2000.
Okay. So you mentioned children. Do you have a family?
I do.
Can you tell us just generally?
Sure. I have a daughter. She's 37, and she's in Tampa. And then I have 2 stepsons, and I also have my sister. I had 2 brothers. There were 3 brothers, but 2 of them have since passed away. So I have an older brother, and my younger sister and I. We're all very close, and it's a very large extended family. I have a nephew who has 2 children, and he's the stepfather to another child who she has a little baby. So we have a big extended family.
Do you have grandchildren?
I do. I have 2.
Let me ask you, so we're going to go.
That's the only witness they've asked about family.
We're going to finish your work history in a minute, but and I'm going to take you through some of the things that have occurred during the time that Mike Kowalski was in the hospital. It's 3 months. We're not going to talk about everything. So I'll try to direct you to when and what I'm talking about. Just let me know if you're confused or if I've confused you with my question. Okay. Sure. But you talked about your family, your grandkids, your extended family. Did you at any time ever tell Mike Kowalski that you wanted to be her mother?
No, absolutely not.
Let's talk about your social work history. Mm-hmm. So after you got your master's, where did you go to work?
I went to work at Suncoast Center, and I had been working there during graduate school and also did an internship at Suncoast Center during graduate school. So when I finished in graduate school, we had to write a grant, and I wrote a grant to Family Continuity, which was one of the child DCF community-based care organizations. And I wrote a grant to Teen Services. It was working with teens that were aging out of foster care to help give them the skills that they needed in order to leave foster care at the age of 18.
What happened when you wrote? Did you get the grant?
Yeah, I wrote the grant for 1 person, and we ended up getting the whole program. So it was 4 therapists, 2 case managers, and myself as a manager.
Okay. And what was the point of that program?
It was to help kids that are getting ready to turn 18 to get the services that they would need in order to leave foster care, because at 18 you leave foster care.
Okay. What was your next role with respect to Suncoast Center?
So I also wrote another grant for diversion services in Pasco County, and that role was to keep kids out of foster care. And I had 2 therapists who were working for me there. Through that time, there was a shortage of people to work with therapeutic foster care kids, which are kids that have severe behavioral problems. So I took on a couple of those cases, and I worked with those kids and then became manager of that program. And so I managed the therapeutic foster care program, which probably had about 40 beds, along with teen services and diversion services.
So how long in total were you with Suncoast?
11 years.
What was your next place of employment?
So there was a position through Healthy Start, which works with moms that are drug abusing. And I worked with them through OBGYN, which was a group of 5 obstetricians and gynecologists and 3 nurse midwives.
And what was your role there?
So for every new pregnancy that came into the office, I did a small evaluation to see if there were resources that were needed. And for some people, they didn't need anything, and for some people, they needed quite a few things.
And how long did that position last?
So when I started there, it was a private practice. All Children's bought that private practice out, and I worked in the OBGYN for another 2 years, and then I went to work in the hospital in the pediatric intensive care unit 2 years later. So all together from OBGYN through when Johns Hopkins then bought out All Children's, I think it was almost 12 years.
Okay. So when did you start in the All Children's PICU?
Oh, that would have been...
Does it sound 2009?
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
And can you, the jury's heard PICU, but just go ahead and remind them, what does PICU stand for?
Sure, it's the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit.
So what was your role as a social worker in the PICU?
So for every new child that was admitted, I did an evaluation to see how the family was doing, how the child was doing, what resources were needed. Many times our families came from far away and they might need lodging, they might need food, they might need gas to get home. So I would provide those resources. I would also work with case management on discharge plans. When you're
the social worker at the PICU, were you involved with DCF cases?
Oh, yes. When I worked for Suncoast Center with Therapeutic Foster Care Program, all of our kids had to be in foster care to be there. So I worked extensively with DCF and with the court system during those 11 years.
And then when you're at All Children's PICU, did you also have, were there patients there that were, in fact, DCF patients?
Yes.
If there's a shelter order in place with respect to a patient at All Children's, what's the protocol with respect to their name being included in the registry or on the door?
Sure.
39 and also legal conclusion.
It's Mr. Anderson.
So if we get a shelter order, the very first thing we do is put it into the medical chart. We call downstairs and take that person off of the registry so that nobody can just visit who isn't cleared to visit. We also take their name off of the door to their room.
Okay. Can I see Exhibit 2278036, please? It's in evidence. Ms. Beatty, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This is dated November 18/2016.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this was right up to you regarding corrective action notice?
Correct.
Do you recall the circumstances around this?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell us about that?
I was covering the PICU and the cardiovascular unit, and there was a family that was discharging out of the CV, the cardiovascular unit, and the case manager at the time had offered them or said that I would provide for them a $50 gift card for gas. They lived 5 miles away from the hospital, and technically you can't give them that amount of money for gas. I found out that it was for food, and they really didn't need it for gas, and so I went to my supervisor and asked if we could provide something. I was told we couldn't, and I went back to talk to Pam, who is the case manager for the CV, and I lost my cool for a few minutes. And
well, why were you so upset?
Because I was going to have to go back to the family and tell them that we couldn't provide the help that had been given. You know, she said we would just give you this, and I felt bad that this family didn't have food. I was able to provide at least a list of resources of food banks, but it's very hard to go back to a family who you know is struggling.
Not your best moment?
Not my best moment.
Did you in fact apologize to the employee?
Immediately. I sent an email and I went down and told my supervisor exactly what I had done.
Let's talk about, so you started there in 2009, and when did you leave All Children's?
I left All Children's, it was during COVID, so I think it was 2020.
When did you first get involved with Maya Kowalski?
So I believe that Maya came in on a Friday. I was not there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I would have on Monday.
Does October 10th, 2016 sound familiar?
It does.
Okay. Can we put up 1001-2026, please? We can make that larger. Okay. So do you recognize this as part of the hospital chart regarding Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And it says social work signature. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And this is on October 11th, 2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to direct your attention to under actions taken or intervention completed. Is this a note that you would have put into the system?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And there's, it says social worker contacted by medical team. Parents have agreed to stay. Team's concerned mother will change her mind. I would like to address that for a minute.
Sure.
At some point, on October 13th, 2016, Maya became sheltered there by DCF, correct?
Correct.
All right. So this is before Maya is sheltered. This is October 11th.
Right.
Was your first interaction with the parents actually on October 10th?
Yes.
Okay. So between October 10th and October 13th, did the parents ever indicate to you that they wanted to leave and take Maya?
They didn't indicate that to me. They did to the medical team.
Did they ever tell you that they wanted to leave?
No.
At this point in time on October 11th, was it your understanding that the parents had agreed to stay?
Yes.
All right. There's also some discussion in this note about Nemours. Do you recall being involved in attempting to obtain a transfer to Nemours?
Yes.
And without going into all the details, do you recall ultimately what occurred with that attempt?
Yes. So we had a meeting. The attending for that week was Dr. Michelle Smith. We had a meeting with Mrs. Kowalski and Nemours, Dr. Santana through Nemours. And it looked like it was a go. I got all the case manager and I got all the paperwork together. And then when we actually were talking to her about the actual transfer, she said no, she wasn't going to go.
By she, you mean Mrs. Kowalski would not agree? Okay. All right. Can I have 100?
I'm sorry, Ramsey. What was this exhibit number that's up right now?
Sure. It's.
Whoa.
Well, I have to look now.
Now we have Mr. Whitney.
2026.
Thank you.
Sure. Can we put up 1001-2024?
Can you repeat that a little louder?
Sure. I'm sorry. 1001-2024.
That wasn't an objection. It was just a question.
Is this another note by you, Ms. Beatty?
It is.
If we can make the actions taken a little harder. Thank you. At this point in time, you had spoken to Mrs. Kowalski.
Yes.
The audit, right? And she indicated she was unhappy with the CPI investigation.
Yes.
And I don't want to get into that, but did she also report to you that she was happy with the care being provided to Maya?
Yes, according to my note, yes.
Okay. We can go to the next, I'm guessing it would be 2023. Actually, I guess it'll be 2025, sorry. Is this the rest of your note? Yeah. And so there was also some conversation about educational services for the patient. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And you received a call from an attorney for Mrs. Kowalski?
I did.
Okay. And what was the end result of that conversation about school services?
So Mom felt that Maya was too sick at this point, even though the attorney had called me. Mom felt that she was too sick to start school.
Hearsay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so on October 13, 16, Maya is now sheltered. Can we have 1001, 2023? Okay, is this your note,
Yes,
Ms. Beatty?
it is. Yes, it is.
If we could have the actions taken or intervention completed. Thank you. So let me ask you this. With respect to your role when Maya was sheltered, who was tasked with having to tell Mr. Kowalski that he had to leave?
I was.
And who had to go in and tell Maya that her father had to leave and her mother could not visit?
So Dad and I both went back into the room to explain to Maya that he had to leave and that Mom couldn't visit.
And what was Maya's reaction that you recall?
She was very angry. She was hurt, she was sad, she was crying. But she was also yelling and screaming.
And what do you recall her yelling?
She was calling the medical team and us effing assholes.
Did Mr. Kowalski comply with the information and the request that he had to leave?
He did.
Any issues at all with Mr. Kowalski?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Clay. Were you, throughout the 3 months that Maya Kowalski was in the hospital, the one that had to tell Maya bad news?
Yes. Typically, CPI or the DCF people would call me and ask me to go in and let Maya know what was going on with certain parts of the court proceedings.
Do you recall an instance where you had to tell Maya that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas?
Yeah.
Go ahead and tell us about that, please.
Maya was really excited about Christmas, and there are a lot of things that go on at the hospital during Christmas, so I got a call or an email from the CPI, I don't remember which, and the CPI asked me to go in and let Maya know that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas. It was a really hard conversation. I went in and explained that to Maya. Maya was so upset. She was crying. She was just devastated. And she was just sobbing. She asked if she could sit in my lap, and I said, sure. I hugged her. She cried for a good 10 minutes or so. And she was mad, and she was saying all kinds of things about wanting to talk to the judge. And that was really it.
What was your intent in having Maya sit on your lap?
Just to provide comfort and support to her at that time.
Is that the only time that you had Maya sit on your lap?
Yes.
Did you ever take Maya down to the chapel by yourself?
No.
Did you ever put Maya on your lap down in the chapel?
No.
Let's talk about how it is that you stayed with Maya and was her social worker on the 7th floor. At that time, back in 2016, you were assigned to the PICU.
Correct.
And the cardiac?
In the cardiac ICU.
And the cardiac ICU. So how is it that you then followed Maya?
So the day that Maya was moving from the PICU to the 7th floor, my supervisor called me and asked me to stay on the case because I had good DCF experience with managing the shelter orders and things like that from my previous job, but also in the PICU.
Can we put up 2123010? So this is in evidence. You see the email from Nina? Who's Nina at the bottom?
Nina was the social worker for the 7th floor.
Okay. And she's asking whether or not you're going to continue to follow Maya?
Correct.
And your response was you'll continue to follow?
Correct.
Was there, with respect to Nina, was there a reason that was expressed to you as to why why your boss wanted you to follow Maya?
I certainly wasn't going to explain to Nina why I was being asked to follow the case.
Oh, Nina, sorry.
It's okay.
And what was the reason that
she didn't feel that Nina had the experience with DCF, and this was turning out to be a very intensive case.
All right, thank you. Throughout the time that Maya was there on the 7th floor, did she have any religious articles in her room?
Yes.
Can you talk about that, please? Tell us what you observed.
Sure. So she had a lot of prayer cards, and she had her rosary. Maya prayed every morning. Some mornings, if I went by the room, she would be doing her prayer cards, and I would knock on the door, and she would say, either I could come in or can I come back later?
What is your faith?
I'm Roman Catholic.
Are you practicing?
I am.
Would you at sometimes pray with Maya?
Yes. Maya was doing a rosary one day, and she was doing a rosary, I can't remember who it was for, but we sat and prayed the rosary together.
Would you, as the social worker that was assigned to Maya, also get involved in making sure people got escorted to her room?
That was part of the policy and procedure, is that any child that was under state care had to be escorted. The visitors had to be escorted to the room and then escorted out of the room and back down to the first floor.
Okay. And who was it? Was it DCF that would be determining who was approved to visit and who was not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in October 21st, first of all, would you sometimes get contacted when you weren't even working?
Yes.
For people to say, hey, somebody's here?
Yes.
To clear? Okay. Do you recall making arrangements for the teacher, Jackie Dieter, to get in on a Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you do that? Who would you then communicate with to make sure that they knew to make sure the teacher was escorted?
So either I would put it on my handoff report, which I would do at the end of each day. We did a handoff report, or if the social worker in the hospital would call me at home and ask, is this person allowed to come? But I think I put it in a handoff report.
Would you sometimes send emails?
Yes. Yes.
And they would be directed to the social worker that was
working. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, was it your understanding that at least in October until November 10th, I think it was November 10th, that Mom, Mrs. Kowalski, was not allowed any contact with Maya pursuant to the court orders?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Did there come a time when, during that time frame, when Mrs. Kowalski wasn't allowed any contact, where the phone was removed from Maya's room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall receiving an email about that?
Yes. Nancy.
Were you the one that removed the phone?
No. Nancy Venn, the social worker that was there on the weekends, removed the phone.
And what was the reason that she removed the phone?
Mrs. Kowalski had made lots of phone calls to Maya on I guess it was a Saturday, because that was the day Nancy worked. And there wasn't supposed to be any contact. So the phone was removed.
Now, during this time frame, October 13th to November 10th, make sure I have the date right, I'm pretty sure it's November 10th, was Jack Kowalski entitled to have supervised visits?
Yes.
And who would be supervising those visits?
DCF.
Okay. And during that time when these supervised visits, who was determining what Mr. Kowalski could and could not bring into the room?
DCF.
Do you recall an instance where Mr. Kowalski wanted to bring in communion and he was not allowed to do that by DCF?
Yes.
Do you recall that there was a time when a Dr. Duncan was coming to see Maya?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you made sure she that you emailed and made sure people were aware that she was coming?
I did.
Okay. All right. Do you recall a time when Maya had written a letter that she wanted to send to the judge?
Yes.
And what did you do with that letter?
So any communications that Maya wanted to send to the judge, I would take it, scan it in, and email it to the case manager, the DCF case manager.
Okay. Now, once Mr. Kowalski was allowed unsupervised visit, were you involved at all in arranging for that?
So all I did for that is the court had asked Mr. Kowalski to notify us of when he wanted to come and visit and what times. So he would send me an email or I think an email, and then I would send the email along with those dates and times to whoever was working on the 7th floor.
It would be the bedside nurse that you would...
It could be the bedside nurse or the charge nurse.
All right, can we bring up 3217534? Okay, so can you make it a little larger, please? For my eyes, if nobody else. And so is this what you were referring to, that you would get an email from Mr. Kowalski telling you the dates and times that he wanted to visit?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response was that you're not in, but you'll make sure the 7th floor knows you're coming?
Right.
Okay. Can we bring up 3217568? Similar, is this an email that you would get, and below there are all the dates in November that Mr. Kowalski was going to come visit?
Correct.
And your response was to do what?
Objection leading to
sustain.
What would be your response to this email? Or what was your response?
So I simply said, "Hi Jack, all is well. Thanks for keeping me in the loop on the dates," and that I would forward those on.
Okay. Can we see 3217598? This is another request by Mr. Kowalski.
Yes.
And did you understand December 1-14 mean 1 through 14th?
I'm not sure what I thought. I thought 1 and 14.
Okay. All right. But anyway, these are the dates that Mr. Kowalski chose that he wanted to come in and visit.
Sure.
And you were not dictating what dates he could come in?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
3217716, please. Now, this is a request for a visit after 6 and then on Saturday. Would those be arranged?
Objection leading.
That one a little.
So he's requesting a 1-hour supervised visit, and he's letting me know that his sister-in-law is available for those visits. So yes, I would have still let the 7th floor know that.
Okay. And 3217803? Again, additional dates that Mr. Kowalski was telling you that he was going to come visit, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Clint. Are you aware that, well, let me just ask you this way. Are you aware that at one point a Detective Graham came and met with Mr. Kowalski?
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with arranging that visit?
No.
Did you become aware, can we bring up 1001-2017, please? And under plan near the bottom. Okay. So this is not your note. This is say her name, please. Poala, thank you. Poala Padrone's note, correct?
Yes.
So were you involved at all with the incident where 2 women came in that were not previously approved?
No.
Okay, from the church. All right. Let me ask you a question. What is medical foster care?
So medical foster care is any child that might have medical needs, and that can be from medication to a vent, or to having to administer medications for diabetes, or so they have significant medical needs. And instead of going to a regular foster care home where there might be 4 other children, they would go to a medical foster care home, and that medical foster care parent would take them to doctor's appointments, coordinate with the parents all of the medical kinds of things that were going on for the child.
So was Maya Kowalski a situation where if she was in an outpatient program that she would need to be, while she's being sheltered, that she would need to be in a medical foster home?
Yes.
Objection leading.
So, okay. What would be, with respect to Maya Kowalski and her situation, what would be her requirements if she was in an outpatient program while still being sheltered by DCF?
Sure. Maya would have had to have gone to a medical foster care home because she was in a wheelchair. She couldn't have gone to a regular foster care home because she would have needed more help.
This is chapter 39, way beyond scope.
Okay, that question is allowable.
Yeah, I'll move on, Jackie. At some point, can we bring up 1001, 2007, please? Were you familiar who Mike Kelly was with respect to Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of who Mike Kelly was?
He was the children's attorney in the beginning.
Is this your note? Let me find you. Yes, this is your note, correct?
Yes.
I can't change the cameras from here. Sorry.
So, looking at the bottom of that, did Maya tell you something with respect to what her attorney advised her?
Yes, she said that her...
Objection in chapter 39.
On that one.
Sure. Can you go ahead and put that down?
All right. The objection keeps being raised. Chapter 39. Here, let me appear on screen again. Chapter 39 stuff. So they've been flirting around the edge of this with this very sweet testimony. Very sweet testimony. You guys have noticed, those who watched the deposition of Kathy Beatty previously would see that she is a very different person today. Very soft-spoken. The defense has done a great job trying to humanize her, to make her relatable. It's the only time we've had the defense ask about family members of witnesses. And do you have a family of your own? You have a daughter. You tell me about brothers. Two brothers passed away. I've got nieces, nephews, and here's a picture of us at the family reunion. That last part was facetious, but they do that because they need to soften her. They need to make her look like she is a family person. She's not just anti-family. Which is what the plaintiff is trying to paint her as, is this woman who has torn families apart for a living. That's what the plaintiff really wants to show her as. And so the defense is doing a good job trying to present this the other way. Looking at the time this morning, I forgot to tell you about that. Where we began this morning, the plaintiff has 2 hours and 35 minutes left of time, where the defense has 21 hours and 50 minutes left. I think defense has plenty of time, especially consider that they're planning on resting Wednesday morning. The most I've ever seen a single side use in a day during this trial was close to 4 hours. So I don't think defense is going to use up all their time. But the plaintiff is going to burn probably half of it on cross, is my guess. I will remind you guys that our mods have been given instructions. If you make comments about the appearance of the witness, we're going to delete those. Let's focus on the testimony. Let's not focus on that. If you've got some really harsh things to say about the witness, We understand if you feel they're not believable. Let's couch the words in that sort of setting, like I'm not believing this, or it doesn't seem believable to me. Words like she's a liar, or she's the devil, or comparing her to infamous characters in history, probably not acceptable here. So let's refrain from doing that, please. That would be great. Did we hear plaintiffs were granted more time, or how much time is remaining? Libby, we have not. The closest we heard this morning was Ms. Corrales was talking to the judge and said, "Judge, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about time." And the judge said, "Well, we've only got a couple minutes here before the jury's supposed to come in." She's like, "Well, I just wanted to clear something up. It was mostly for the other side. You know, she's just rubbing in the other side is out of time, and they do not want to grant any more time for the plaintiff." But we'll see. The judge, Mr. Whitney, has said he will file a motion when the time is right to ask for more time. And it sounds like he'll probably get it, even if it's just a very little bit. So that's where it stands right there. And, of course, the defense will object vehemently. What date was her depo so I can go back and hear it later? Was that 2 weeks ago on Friday, Cheryl C.? I think it was a Friday.
Ms. Beatty, do you recall around December 6th of 2016 that there was a new attorney Mark Zimmerman?
I do.
Do you recall when he arrived arranging for him to meet with Maya in the PICU conference room?
I do.
When Mr. Zimmerman on occasion would come in at that point in time to meet with Maya, was Maya at a high-risk fall status?
Yes, she was.
And what was the requirement with respect to whether or not Maya's door had to remain open?
So if wherever she was, the door would have to remain open and someone would have to keep eyes on her in case she fell again.
Did you ever lurk outside the door trying to listen in on the phone call with Mr. Zimmerman and Maya?
No. The way that our units are set up, there would be a nursing station outside of Maya's room. And so I would sit there and do notes because you had to escort that person to bedside and then escort that person from bedside downstairs.
Okay. When the phone calls with Beata Kowalski started to be allowed in November, were you supervising those calls?
No.
Who was supervising those calls?
DCF.
Okay. I want to play an audio for you, and the question at the end is going to be whether or not that's you on the call.
Okay.
3217. You know what? Hold on. That's not right. Here it is. 2608, and there should be 4 segments. Let's just start with A.
Okay, I'm recording this phone call so everybody knows. Okay, hi mommy. Hi honey, how are you, sweetie pie? I'm hurting, I miss you. I miss you so much too. I miss you so much every day. Every single day.
You know how happy it makes me feel to hear your voice.
Same here. I miss you so much, and I am so happy that I'm finally able to hear your voice too. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
What did you say, sweetie?
I hope I can see you soon.
I would love to see you soon. I would love to see you soon. We just have to wait for the judge to make the decision, okay? As soon as he makes the decision, then I'll be able to see you.
Okay? Beata?
Yeah.
We're not about the case, okay? Maya, honey, we're going to talk about what you've been doing, if you need any Shopkins or things like that, if you had nice visits with your daddy, but we can't discuss the case, okay, honey?
All right, thank you. That was the first call that Maya was able to have with her mom.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, first of all, is that your voice on the call?
No, that's the DCF case manager, Charlotte Laporte.
Okay. Can we bring up 3217A, 0569? And can we go to, I think, the fourth page, so maybe 0569. 0569. I probably said it wrong. And can we go to 0572? Okay, so do you see that this is an email from Ms. Laporte to Beata Kowalski?
Yes.
Okay. And dated November 16, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And it indicates that yesterday when you're on the phone, I had to redirect. Do you see that?
I do.
And were you copied on this string of emails?
I was.
Any question in your mind that was Ms. Laporte on that phone call?
No.
Any question in your mind it wasn't you?
No.
Explain to the jury why you were involved at all in that phone call.
So we had to have a phone that could do three-way calling because DCF would call in to a phone. We would put Maya on, then DCF would call in to Mom, is my understanding of how it worked. So and also DCF wanted Maya on speakerphone. So our phones actually had that function, whereas the bedside nurses and the regular room phones didn't have that function.
So was it your work phone?
Yes, my work cell phone.
So on this particular day, Ms. Laporte would contact with you, and then there would be contact made with Beata Kowalski?
Correct.
And you would then give the phone to Maya?
Correct.
And where would you be?
So sometimes the way the rooms were set up, there was a computer station with a chair in the room, and I would do my notes while the call was going on. The reason I did that was...
Well, let me ask you, why were you so close to the phone or in the room or nearby?
Sure. So I covered the pediatric intensive care unit and the cardiac care intensive unit. So that was a total of 48 beds. So if my phone went off, then I would have had to have gone to whatever was happening at that time. There were also times that I covered the emergency room too. So we were a little bit understaffed and there was a lot going on.
Were you the only social worker that was involved in helping to arrange these calls?
No.
Who else would have been involved?
Whoever was on the weekend would have been involved. I think Paula was involved.
What about Nancy Venn?
Yes, Nancy Venn was the Saturday social worker.
Prior to December, let me get the date. Did you supervise 2016? Did you supervise any calls between Maya and Beata?
Prior to what date?
December 16, 2016.
No.
When can we go ahead and play 2608B, please?
How you doing? How is CP and OP going for you?
Not good. Okay. Beata, we can't discuss any of those type of matters, okay?
Okay.
Again, this is the same phone call from November 15th, 2016 with Ms. Laporte on the call, but she redirected at that time. Did you, on the couple occasions that you supervised the call, have to redirect?
There were a couple.
And what was the intent behind redirecting Ms. Kowalski?
Can I see my note?
1 second. That's not it. Can we bring up 1001-1981? And at the bottom under plan. And is this a note by you?
It is.
On January 5th, 2017?
It is.
And were you supervising FaceTime call with Mom?
I was.
And during that call, did you have to redirect her?
I did.
And why did you redirect her?
Mom started speaking in Polish, and that was part of the rules, is that Mom couldn't speak in Polish to Maya.
Okay, thank you. So what was the intent? Were you intending to try to disturb the call or cause harm?
Oh, no. I just wanted Mom to speak in English so that we were following all the rules that were set up.
Were there times when you would receive cards or letters from Beata Kowalski for Maya?
They would come through the case manager, yes.
Yeah. Well, how would you get them? That was my question.
So the case manager she would review everything, and then she would email it to me, and then I would print it out and take it to Maya's room.
Do you recall a birthday card?
Yes.
So how did you receive the birthday card from Beata Kowalski to give to Maya?
So it was scanned into an email from Charlotte Laporte.
So did you receive the original card?
No.
And what did you do when you received the scanned-in card?
I printed it and took it up to Maya's room.
Did you, in fact, advise Jack Kowalski that you had done that you had given him the card?
I did. I sent an email.
All right. Were there times when you would receive letters or pictures that originated from Beata Kowalski, made it to Charlotte, and then to you, where there was a delay in you receiving them?
Yes.
And when you got them, what would you do with them?
As soon as I got them, because I knew that they were important to her, I would go ahead and print them and take them to her.
Okay. Can we bring up 30? Let me make sure. Too many papers. I lost my note. Okay. Can we bring up 3217-784, please? So I want to talk about some dresses, Christmas dresses.
Sure.
Okay. So did you receive an email from Mr. Kowalski, it's up in front of you, the bottom half, please, on December 22nd, asking about dresses that he had dropped off for Christmas?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he indicate to you specifically that Maya had requested for him to bring her red dress for Christmas?
Yes, it does.
All right. And go ahead and do the top half, please. And does this refresh me? What do you recall about these dresses and what happened to him and your involvement?
So once I got the email from him, I went to find the dresses. And they were actually in the social work office, and then I took them to Maya.
Okay, did you take them or did Paula take them?
I think Paula took them.
But in any event, were they dropped off when you were not working?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you communicate with Mr. Kowalski about the dresses?
Yes.
And what did you advise him?
that we had gotten the dresses to her.
Including the special red dress for Christmas?
Yes.
Can we bring up 1001, 1989? Do you see this note on December 23rd, 2016?
I do.
And to your knowledge, is that talking about those same dresses?
Yes.
And who is Paula Padron again?
She was one of the other social workers.
Can we bring up, please, 34032? And this is a picture of December 24th, 2016. Would that be one of the dresses that was dropped off?
Yes.
And can we see 34033? This is taken December 25th, 2016. Is that another of the dresses that was dropped off?
Yes.
The red dress.
They didn't look red to me, that second one.
Do you recall any dress that was a special Hilfiger dress with blue and white?
No, I don't.
Were all the dresses that were dropped off by Mr. Kowalski at this time delivered to Maya?
Yes.
Were you, without getting into the details of them, throughout the 3 months that Maya was sheltered at All Children's Hospital, involved in multiple attempts to try to get Maya transferred to another facility?
Chapter 39.
That's the...
That was objection chapter 39. So, yeah, looking back at the picture, it looks like there was a red dress underneath somewhat. I thought that was like, for some reason, it was like part of the doll's dress, that she's holding like an American Girl doll. And that just is what it looked like to me, but maybe it might have been her a dress and then the doll together. Or a white striped cardigan over a red dress. I guess I don't wear enough dresses to figure out what that was. But you guys are saying you saw the dress, so that could be it. Got another Chapter 39 objection.
Miss Beatty, did you ever tell Maya that her mother was in a mental institution?
Was sustained.
No.
Did you ever tell her she was never going to go home to her mother?
No.
Did you tell Maya it was all in her head?
No.
Did you ever tell Maya that she couldn't play with other children?
No, in fact, I would see Maya playing down. We had an area of the hospital on the second floor that was the kids' child life playroom, and I would see Maya down there often. I walked back and forth between the two buildings, and I would see Maya down there playing with the other kids.
Did Maya like chocolate cake?
She did.
And where would she get the chocolate cake?
So the chocolate cake from the hospital, we would bring it from the cafeteria.
Did you ever tell Maya that you were going to bake her a chocolate cake if she did well in physical therapy?
Absolutely not.
When you would be in the room when phone calls were being supervised by DCF and they were using your phone and you were in there, would you make faces or roll your eyes or make comments?
No, never.
Did you ever tell Maya that you were worried that she couldn't have a computer because you were worried she would visit a porn site?
No.
With respect to Mr. Kowalski, were all your interactions with him cordial?
Yes.
Did you ever suggest to Mr. Kowalski that he should divorce his wife?
No, I never suggested that.
Did there do you recall on January 6, 2016, taking pictures of Maya Kowalski?
I do.
Tell us, and we're going to look at the pictures and go through it in detail, but generally speaking, why were you taking pictures of Maya?
So the attending for that week was Dr. Danielson, and Dr. Danielson wanted to go ahead and document the condition of her skin before she left the hospital and then when she got back to the hospital.
Was she being actually discharged that day and then being readmitted?
Yes.
And do you recall why she was leaving that day?
She was going to see Dr. Hannah, and then she was going to court. And
do you recall which family member was picking Maya up?
Yes, her uncle Scott and his wife Wendy.
So let's talk about that. Did you have any assistance in taking the pictures in the morning?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
It was the bedside nurse.
Okay. If I said Miss Alcide, would that ring a bell at all?
I just know it was the bedside nurse.
Prior to, did you and the bedside nurse go in the room together?
We did.
Before you and, I'm just going to ask you to assume it was Nurse Alcide. Before you and Nurse Alcide went into the room, did you first go into the room and have a private conversation with Maya?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you go into the room prior to you and Nurse Alcide going in the room to talk to Maya about the photographs?
Objection leading. The same question.
You can answer that question.
No, I talked to the bedside nurse and explained to her what Dr. Danielson wanted to have happen, and then we went in together and talked with Maya.
Was risk management aware that these photos were being taken?
Yes.
Risk management that never meets except quarterly and doesn't deal with issues like this. A lot of conflicting testimony about risk management here.
Okay. Can we bring up 2123-833?
We're going to get into the two sets of photos issue right now.
This is dated January 5, 2017. Is this emails regarding the photos?
Yes.
Okay. It indicates that Ms. Condon suggested two persons would be in the room while this was done.
Correct.
Okay. So is this talking about the photos that were being done before Maya Kowalski left?
Yes, and when she came back.
Okay. Well, let's bring up exhibit. Paper challenge. 3217, 850, and 851B. Okay, so do you recall about what time the photos were taken in the morning before she went?
So they were taken around 10.
10 in the morning?
Yes.
Before she left for
right.
10. Okay, so this email is dated, the first one, 850, is dated January 6, 2017 at 6:17 in the evening?
Correct.
Okay, and then 3217051B is at 7:36 p.m. the same date.
Yes.
What is it you're communicating to Ms. Condon with respect to the photographs when she got back?
That the pictures are done and that I'm locking the camera in my office over the weekend.
Do you use the same camera to take the before pictures and the after pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the actual pictures taking session themselves. Let's bring up, if we can, please. 2604007. Do you recognize that as one of the pictures that you took?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that Maya?
Yes, that's Maya.
And appears that she does not have her shirt on?
Correct.
What is she wearing?
She's wearing her sports bra.
And what was she wearing on the bottom?
Shorts.
Did you have anything? Who removed the shirt?
The bedside nurse.
Have you ever removed any clothing off of Maya Kowalski?
No.
Whose responsibility would it be to assist if Maya needed some assistance in either getting in or getting out of clothes?
That would have been the bedside nurse.
Here's another approach. Yeah, there's a slight difference. I think somebody would notice that that's a little different. Not a sports bra, says Teresa. K-Cat, training bra, not a sports bra. So she's testified just now that she's never removed any item of clothing. There's going to be a photo coming up with her hand in it. I don't know what else to say. There's a photo of her hand pulling on clothing that Maya's wearing. And I mean, if Miss Kowalski, or sorry, if Miss that was a major mess up. If Miss Corrells doesn't bring that up, Mr. Anderson definitely will. So let's see if she tries to minimize the damage and have an explanation for it first before Kathy gets blindsided by it. This is just an objection for Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson's doing a lot of talking. Both sides are presenting their statements to the judge. Judge's going to have to decide on this. Judge said okay.
Objection overruled.
Tell me what you recall about the pictures that were being taken in the morning before Maya left with her uncle.
So the bedside nurse helped remove just her t-shirt, and then I took the pictures, and then I left the room, and Maya got ready to go for her uncle to come and pick her up to take her to Dr. Ham's office.
Were you in the room at all while Maya was getting dressed in another outfit?
No.
Let's bring up 2604006.
Okay, so...
is this a picture that you took?
Yes.
And this is one of the ones before she went to church?
Yes.
Before she went to...
Yes.
Court?
To court.
Okay. And do you recognize that was the bedside nurse there?
Yes.
Okay. Was Maya happy?
No, she wasn't happy about it.
Did she cooperate?
Yes, she cooperated.
Was there any screaming or shouting?
None.
Did either you or Nurse Arcide have to hold her down?
No.
It does look like there's somebody on each side of the bed.
2604008, please. And 2604018, side by side. Do you recognize these pictures as being part of the one on the left in the white and the pink as being part of the set that you took before she went to court?
The white one was before she went to court.
And what about 2604018?
Is what she had on when she came back from court.
Okay. What was the purpose of taking pictures when she came back from court?
Again, we were documenting the skin issues, if there were any.
All right, let's bring up 2604004. Do you see Maya's hands?
I do.
Do you see another hand in there?
I do.
Do you know whose hand that is?
I don't.
That is not. Okay, there's a third
When
person
Maya
right there.
came back,
There's a third person.
When Maya came back from court, how did that picture session go with Maya?
It went really good. It went pretty quick.
Any holding down?
No.
Maya? Any screaming?
None.
I don't know if it's even allowable, but I wish Mr. Anderson says, can you show us the back of your hands and then put up the picture? I'd love to see that. We need a legal mind. Can you do that?
1 minute here.
Okay, so there's a no-win situation here for the defense. If that's not Kathy Beatty's hands, that means there was a third person in the room, and they've just testified that there were only 2 people in the room. So their story is either not lining up, or that's Kathy Beatty's hand. Either way, it means
Talking about the close that
there's a
there was
problem.
a social worker's office.
Yes.
Do you was that yours, or was it an office for all social workers?
It was a kind of like a drop zone for all social workers. We each had our own offices off of our units.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Mr. Anderson, step on up. Got 2 hours.
So we're clear,
some
Ms.
change.
Beatty.
Do you want to take a break now, or do you?
Yes, this will be longer than usual.
This will be longer than
Members
usual.
of the jury, let's go ahead and take a mid-morning break. Do not
Okay.
discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep this to 10 minutes.
All rise. Jurors exiting.
So we have a 10-minute break here. Let's see if they're going to talk about anything to burn into that time.
The jury's out of our presence. In a moment, we're going to leave for our break, but let me just ask, on Dr. Wyndham, I was a little confused as to what I was supposed to do. Everyone, feel free to sit down. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You know she's free.
You
to
can go
the
use the restroom and all that.
But she can't talk to her lawyers. She hasn't been told she can't talk to her lawyers, so she needs to know that.
That's wrong. I'll read the whole thing as it says.
Uh-oh.
This is just wrong. Lieutenant wanted us to pass on our condolences for the Gators and to remind you that the Seminoles are 8-0. It's just wrong on so many levels.
I think that's in there, Your Honor.
And then it says also, if we could leave by 4 to 4:30 so I can be with my son and daughter, that would be awesome. So I think we'd already established that we would have to finish by 4 tomorrow for Halloween.
Oh, we were waiting actually, Your Honor, for you were going to tell us what time.
I think 4 o'clock is when we need to.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go back to Dr. Wyndham. It seemed that there was some sort of residual, you just don't want it played at all?
Right.
Why?
We think it has zero relevance to any issue in the case. We provided specific object or counter designations to the extent the court disagrees, but it's an hour just discussing Maya's allergies and history of treatment for asthma. It has zero relevance to what's going on here. So we just think it's a complete waste of time.
And we don't want to be charged with Did the court get a chance to read our motion for additional time?
We're not going to do that right this second because we're going on break. But
they did petition for more time.
They're going to be charged the time for their designation, so why does it matter?
Well, because we're coming down here to try to get this case in by Wednesday, sounds like perhaps Monday, and we think, in short, we think it's a tactic. It's irrelevant.
At the end of the day, if they want to call this witness, I think the defense gets to choose who they're going to call to defend themselves as opposed to the plaintiffs telling the defense who they have to call.
It's just a relevant objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to overrule that. Now, I know that there were defendants' objections to the designations. Were there any plaintiff objections other than just a generalized?
No, it's okay. There's no objections to the testimony other than relevance.
Okay, I'll have my assistant send around my rulings with respect to those few objections that were actually submitted. Is there anything else with respect to Dr. Wyndham?
No.
Okay, let's be back in about 7 or 8 minutes.
All rise. Court is recessed.
All right. So the judge, I think it was an oversight on his part. The witness should have been instructed not to talk to anybody about her testimony. I think she knows that, or having participated in court as much as she has, I think she should know that. But a little oversight. Hopefully there was no conversations going on because Mr. Hughes left. I think it was Mr. Hughes who left at the same time she left out of the courtroom. Jules is out there. She's probably going to keep an eye on him. Jules will keep an eye on her. Thank you, Flower Cottage. Let's see. So we heard a couple things that are interesting there. We heard that the plaintiff has filed a motion with the judge about time. It's going to be a request for more time. I don't know how much more time they want, but they have filed this motion. They did inform the judge last week they were going to do it, and now it's done. Already the defense has wanted to talk about it, and I think their side would be, no, we don't want either side to get more time. They had to manage theirs, and their failure to manage their time should not result in them getting a reward of more time. Summer Golden, I don't think she's going to call in. If she chooses, she can. Just that some comments that she made, something was taken out of context and portrayed as differently than what she had said, and I might have been contributing to that. I talked to her on the phone the other day and discussed that and apologized if there's anything I'd done. But just out of caution, she's just going to be very cautious here. So she is posting updates on TikTok, though, so please, we have put her link out there, and we'll continue to do so you can get the updates there. She might still call in if she chooses to, but she just wants to be really cautious. Kyla McDonald, welcome to the gallery. Welcome. I think we had Mickey Duff. Did I say that right? Welcome to the gallery as well. We had a few others that came in earlier that have fallen off my screen. But all right, here's where we are. We've got a few minutes. We're about to begin the cross with Mr. Anderson, and he's stated that this is going to take more time, meaning it's probably going to take more time on cross than it took on direct, which means he's going to use the majority of the time they have left, which is only, let's see, they have 2 hours and 35 minutes. 2 hours and 35 minutes left. Not a lot. Kathy Beatty has come across very different in today's testimony than we saw in her deposition. She sounded like a different person, much softer. Clearly, the deposition that we saw before was trimmed down, so it may have had some of these same elements in it initially, but after it was trimmed down and using the designations from both sides, we didn't hear the questions about her family. She has children, brothers, sisters, grandchildren. We got that today, which that's the first time the jury's heard that about any witness in this trial other than the plaintiff side. But any of the defense witnesses, that's the first one we've heard that on. So not sure if that's going to work or not. It does try to humanize her a little bit and make her look normal and relatable. T-Beck says, Recovery Addict, you mentioned earlier that it sounded like they'd get more time. I missed the beginning today. Did the judge say something referencing giving more? T-Beck's no. The judge said he hasn't addressed that yet, but they have made a motion for that. She must be aware that a depo was played. Yes. I don't know. The exclusionary rule, the the rule for the rule, as they call it, the words escaped me, is in place. So witnesses should not know what is going on in court unless they are in court to testify at that time. So she should not have any information about that. It's possible they could tell her that her, I don't know what the rule is. It's possible her attorney could tell her, or the defense could tell her that her deposition's already been played. I don't know if that would be out of line, but you could... You'd probably assume that your deposition's been played, especially if there was something that didn't look good. Rule of sequestration for witnesses. Thank you, Amber. Sequestration. It's a big word for a Monday morning. I just could not get my brain there. Am I correct in thinking there will be no court on Thursday and Friday? Sharon, is Friday the holiday? We do have a Friday coming up. That's a holiday, I thought. Let's see. Zach says, can you go back in the pictures and explain the third person? I can try. Just 1 second here. Okay. The pictures we're seeing here. Okay, so
Yes.
in this picture here, it looks like there's somebody on both sides of the bed. Okay? It looks like there are two left hands. That's what it looks like to me. If that's the case, I mean, then it seems a strange angle to have somebody on both sides of the bed. Where would they have to be leaning over and turning their hand in such a way to get that picture to look like that? That two left hands would mean two people holding down Maya, which was what that picture was. It would be two people, and then Miss Beatty taking the picture. Miss Beatty testified that there were only her and the attending nurse in the room, and that's all that was there. The attending nurse testified that it was just her and Miss Beatty. The attending nurse, I believe, testified that she would have held up a sheet. Isn't that what she said? She held up a sheet to help her because she was so modest. Am I mixing up the nurses? I think she's... that she said she held up a sheet and Maya would change herself. Miss Beatty testified that the attending nurse changed her. Then Miss Beatty here in the picture that one of the last, let me see if I can show that last picture. The picture where the three hands are visible. Maya's hands, let's see. This picture right here, that hand picture, that's clearly two of Maya's hands and one hand that did not look like the attending nurse because the skin tone was completely wrong for the race and everything else. It just didn't match. Also, the hand did not have a ring on it, which the left hand of the attending nurse did have a ring. So there has to be a third person by all these. There has to be a third person in the room, and everyone's saying no, there wasn't. Let's see. Will there be a lottery to see which jurors will actually be deliberate or just for the alternates? Sheila West, it's our understanding that the judge already knows and the attorneys already know which jurors are currently designated as deliberating jurors and which ones are alternates. The jurors do not know, and the public does not know, at least to my knowledge. JPC says, CB mentioned her nieces and nephews and everyone else before she had to be prompted to say she had grandchildren. Oh, man. Oops. Oops. Let's see. Good catch. If it was one person, they would have to straddle the bed to hold both hands. Yeah, the angle, I mean, I don't want to show that picture a lot. It frustrates me just seeing it, but going back in your mind, the angle that picture was taken at, the angle the arm on the far side of the bed was coming in at, just try to in your head build a little model of a person that is in that shape, right? Build a little model where somebody's coming in with their hand on the other side across the bed. And hospital beds, they're not like narrow, okay? And then one hand coming this way. How close would they have to be to her body to get in that position to hold her hands like that outside, leaning over the bed and not be in the picture? It doesn't make sense to me that would be the case. Judge is back here. Hang on just 1 second.
Anything we need to address before we bring the jury back in?
Not from defense, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
1 second here. Right, waiting for the jury. I'm just trying to sync up my video feeds right now, because I had to mess with them to rewind. Jules is in court today. We saw her go out in the hall during the break.
Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is all that correct? Correct. And with respect to the note that was sent, we should be able to break at 4 p.m. tomorrow. If anyone thinks that that's too late for wherever you need to go, let me know. But I think we're going to plan at 4 o'clock tomorrow. And with respect to the Florida and Florida State, I will just have to say Florida's got FSU right where we want them. Yes. There we go. Now, all kidding aside, let's get back to serious stuff. Mr. Anderson.
You testified you were Roman Catholic. Isn't it true that in the 90s you were actually part of First Christian Church?
I was.
That's not a Catholic church, is it?
No, at the time I was married to a preacher.
It was recently. All right. So on the photos then, according to your testimony, and tell me if I'm wrong here, everything went pretty smoothly. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And you were pretty positive at the time that you were doing the right thing. Would that be true?
I was doing what risk management asked us to do, yes.
Because risk management told you to do it, right?
Yes.
We'll get into that in a moment. But really, though, you felt that the whole thing you did was very unfortunate. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, do you remember your deposition of January 30th, 2019?
Can you refresh my memory?
Sure. Yeah, I'm coming. I actually have it on video, but...
Oh, we'll play the video back. Yes. Refresh the memory with video so the jury can see what she looked like before. That will get her to stop saying, please refresh my memory. This is going to get spicy for sure. Buckle up, guys.
Looking for my page number, sorry. Sorry, I have it right here.
She is just
They're going to find the page number, and I'll move right back. But, so we're certain you felt that this was, is that it? Sorry. 230. Page 232, line 8 to 235, line 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry, did you say 232?
232 to 235.
232 to 235.
You wanted to read 4 pages. Objection, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment.
Well, she asked to refresh her recollection, so right now I think we're talking about refreshing recollection, not impeachment.
Where am I starting? Fine.
And now comes the burning the time. As she reads through 4 pages. Yeah, Anderson has waited for this moment for years. He's definitely excited for this. I think he'll settle in.
Thank you.
Having now read that sworn testimony, would you like to correct or change the testimony you just gave the jury?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the way the question's phrased.
Having had your recollection refreshed, would you agree that you stated unfortunately as to the photo session?
So I think it's always an unfortunate thing when we have to do something like that.
But she just testified
And
otherwise.
Maya did not want you to do it, did she?
She did not.
She was crying, was she
She
not?
wasn't crying.
She was very upset.
She was upset.
And she kept telling you no.
She did not.
You sure she didn't say no? And where did you get permission to do this?
I'm not sure.
Objection, Your Honor. Reproach.
Okay, sliding that. And where do you get permission to do this in? Corrells is going to do her best to keep this witness from getting riled up. So some of these objections may be easily overruled, but she's going to try to keep her focused and centered as much as possible. Lots of objections coming in, I'm sure. Yes, it's getting spicy already. Let's watch for when Mr. Anderson is on a line of questioning, and then slide something in that's sort of adjacent but different, possibly to get her to respond before an objection can be lodged. We'll see. I think you're going to see some next level lawyering right here. Whitney would be fun as well. I love both their cross styles. This was the last witness that I thought that Mr. Anderson, that the plaintiff just needed to have time reserved for. And so now that we're here, I'm just going to enjoy it.
Hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may continue, Mr.
Did you have, sorry, Judge, did you have any permission from her parents?
We didn't have permission from her parents. We had permission from DCF, who was actually at that point the guardian of the child.
Well, the parents still had rights to the medical care, did they not?
They had rights to medical care.
All right. So why were you doing this? Was this for medical care, or was this for some other reason?
So Dr. Danielson wanted to make sure and document her skin, the condition of it, before she left the hospital and when she came back.
I thought you just said it wasn't for medical reasons.
It's not medical reasons.
Okay. Well, would you agree the parents still had their medical rights?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Would you agree that it's against the Johns Hopkins Bill of Patients' Rights to not obtain that consent to a procedure?
So once the child's placed in
Is that a yes
DCF
or no?
custody,
And you need to answer the question that's actually asked.
so it depends.
It depends on what?
So once the child was placed in DCF custody, any permission that I needed to get, I got from DCF. That's how that works.
Well, the jury will read the orders, but the orders state that the parents can still have medical control. You understand that?
Objection, Your Honor. Call for legal conclusion.
Sustain.
Would it refresh your recollection? And have you seen the court's?
No.
Never. All right.
He was about to refresh
You
the
admit
recollection of the court's
that you
order.
put Maya on your lap, do you not?
I do.
And are you a member of the National Association of Social Workers?
I'm not a member of the National Association of Social Workers, no.
Were you at the time of your deposition in
I
2019?
may have, yes.
And you had to adhere to their code of ethics?
Yes.
And are you aware of what their code of ethics say as to physical contact with a child?
I don't know exactly what they
Would it
say
refresh
today.
your recollection if I showed you?
Sure.
May I approach?
Do you have can I
Yes,
see
it's
your
section
approach?
1.
Can you just show it to her?
It's in evidence.
Can I see it? Thank you.
Get your own copy.
You're allowed to see it.
They're bickering back and forth.
I've read it.
That was quick.
Would you agree that you as a social worker should not engage in physical contact with and was Maya a client?
She was a patient.
Okay. Would you agree that you should not engage in physical contact with a patient when there's a possibility of psychological harm to them?
So Maya was very upset.
Yes or so? Yes or no?
Well, it depends.
All right. Social workers who engage in appropriate physical contact are responsible for setting clear, appropriate, and culturally sensitive boundaries that govern such physical contact, correct?
Correct.
And you did not.
I feel I did.
You did not contact the parents.
No, I was asked by DCF to go in.
And a 10-year-old cannot.
you finish your answer, please?
Go ahead and finish.
I was asked by DCF to go in and tell her she wouldn't be able to go home for Christmas. She was extremely emotionally upset and crying.
That is not authorization to put a child on your lap, is it?
I don't need authorization to comfort and provide support for a little girl who just found out she's going to have to stay in the hospital through Christmas.
Didn't your code of ethics at that time say that you were supposed to establish some boundaries and get some authorization to do so?
There's nothing about authorization to do so. And providing boundaries, the boundary is that on an everyday practice, you're not doing things like that. But children often need comfort, and so we do comfort kids.
Even in circumstances where the child simply doesn't like you?
Well, that wasn't how I read the situation. Maya was often engaging with me, asked me to come in the room, she asked me to pray with her.
Then why would it be that witnesses here have said that her dislike for you was coming off in waves?
Objection.
When they saw.
Misstates the evidence and improper question.
In truth, Maya did not like you at all, did she?
I don't know that. When she was at the hospital, she often engaged with me. We laughed together. We played with Shopkins together. We read prayer cards together.
Maya did not like you touching her, did she?
She never told me that.
You know, you said you were pretty confident about all of these things, what you did and didn't do. But you haven't been quite confident of these in the past, such as all of the physical contact, right? Were you allowed to kiss Maya?
No, I didn't kiss Maya.
And didn't you kiss Maya?
No.
And haven't you said before you weren't sure whether you did or not?
Yes.
And you weren't supposed to be hugging Maya, correct?
I don't know in what context that you're asking.
But you said before that you were not sure. Is that true?
I would have to see that.
Roll tape. Roll tape.
And as to the dresses, were the dresses you gave, you said, were red?
Palala took up whatever dresses were there, and I delivered the rest of whatever dresses were there.
The dress involved was blue and cream. Do you understand that?
I don't.
The evidence testimony before this jury, that the dress involved was blue and cream.
She's looking at defense.
Did you deliver a blue and cream dress?
I don't know.
To her?
I don't know.
Was it ever in your office?
I don't know. They were in the social work office.
So if you told Jack Kowalski that you dropped off all of them and failed to drop off the cream and white dress, you would be misleading him, would you not?
Objection.
I dropped off all the dresses that we had, and Palala dropped off what dresses that she had.
As to supervision of FaceTime, you weren't required to do that, were you?
We were required to bring in the tablet.
But you weren't required by the order to supervise it, were you?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion.
Overruled on that one.
So we weren't required. Can I see my note?
Well, you want to see the 27th order,
Oh,
December
sure.
27th order?
Sure.
What date are you referring to?
December 27th.
The one that's the 27th. That order.
May I
I'm
approach
certain,
her?
Mr. Anderson, what it is that you are attempting to show her.
This is
I'm showing her
chapter
the
39 stuff.
Order of December 10th, and as part of
The judge is asking us to approach.
Yep, they want to approach. The judge is being very cautious here. He's being very cautious because this is very sensitive. We're very close, very close to all the DCF hearing stuff, all the chapter 39, and he's now bringing the court order up to refresh a recollection. Now the judge has said basically anything, almost practically anything, can be used to refresh a witness's recollection. But the contents of this, be very careful with how this goes forward. So he may be asking where he's going with this, what questions he's going to ask, and probably he may rule against Mr. Anderson if he's getting too close to the line. But, yeah. This is frustrating. The way that the Miss Beatty looks over to the defense, granted she's able to see Miss Correll's as she stands, and so as soon as Miss Correll stands, she's like eyes locked on the defense, but it's looking for help. It really is. I smell a proffer, says Courtney Meek. We've had a few, and this it would not surprise me if we get a proffer before we're done with this witness. These may be questions better taken outside the presence of the jury first. Yep, we've seen that a couple times, and usually in this type of situation with a hostile witness, basically, who's very sweet about it, but have no don't be there's no misconceptions here. Miss Beatty and Mr. Anderson, or sorry, Miss Kathy Beatty and Mr. Anderson do not like each other. There is no love lost here. It's a rough. There's a lot of hatred going on, or strong feelings. Let's put it that way. Let's see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Judge is still standing, so he's turning to the jury. Nope, he's just resting. We get to continue.
Show it to Ms. Corrales first, please.
Thank you. Oh, do you want that's it.
I want to go back and rewatch this witness, especially on direct.
Didn't you say that these different FaceTime calls must be supervised by a social worker?
I have a time frame, Judge.
Sure, as of January 6th, 2017.
I would have to see the documentation that you're...
May I approach?
Yes.
She reads very quickly.
So these are the things that I understood that they had.
I have to ask a question.
Oh.
Do you want to put up the actual exhibit?
Yes, we can put it up. It's 3217-0851. It's 3217-0851.
B. Which say B. 0851. 0851D, please. I see the exhibit?
This is,
Yeah, 32170851B.
this is petty little back and forth here. I'd like to see the exhibit before you approach.
Is that what you're looking for?
They know exactly what it is, but
Yes.
it's now on the screen.
No, that is not. Do you see the second part there? Maya has FaceTime visit with her mother at 11:05 tomorrow for 30 minutes. That must be supervised by social worker. Is that what it says?
Yes, it does.
And at that point, it did not have to be supervised by a social worker. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
Say again?
I don't know that.
Okay. Nobody ever told you what the order was?
I would have to see the order.
I use the court's order.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not that, no.
I'll let the jury decide based on their knowledge. All right. If we could, I'd like to get
Judge
to
said no.
your corrective
Won't let him use the
action
order.
notice, which is
Okay, this is the judge is rethinking this. So Mr. Anderson is trying to get the court order in front of this woman because the court order is her law. Okay, this is what she operates off of, is this court order. This is what gives her authority. This is what justifies all her actions. And she's taken some actions that are outside or beyond the scope of that order. Now, Mr. Anderson has wanted to get that court order in front of her because she can't fight with that. She can't say that's not what I believe. This is the rule that she has to operate under. And so he's laid this groundwork to lead to this point, and she's even asked for the order, saying that's not what she understands. This is of any times this is the time to put it in front of her. But the judge knows this is possibly opening the door. So he's in a tight spot now. He's in a tight spot where the witness is refusing to testify about something that she should know and should be able to testify about. And he doesn't want to let the document in because of all the doors that will be blown off the hinges if that happens. This is a tough spot for him. Let's see how he rules on it. They're back. The Zoom they finished, so we're just moments away from hearing on the live feed. She has asked for it twice now. Yep. Defense doesn't want it in.
Can we bring up trial exhibit 2278-036? And this is the corrective action notice.
Judge isn't letting it in.
All right. On direct examination, you spent a lot of time explaining that this was due to what? A disagreement over bringing food to someone?
Objection.
What was it?
Characterization.
What was your reasoning for the confrontation on direct examination?
So Pam had told this family that she would give them a gas card for $50, or that I would give them a gas card for $50. We weren't allowed to just give out gas cards, and this family lived really close to the hospital, so there were rules around that.
Well, ma'am, let me simply ask you, do you see anywhere in Exhibit 2278-036, and I'll show you the second page, where any of that is actually in the corrective action notice? And can we scroll up and then show the second page? You hand wrote a comment, did you not?
I did.
Taking a look at that, do you see anywhere where you mentioned any of that at the time?
No, I didn't mention any of that at the time.
And this was apparently your third time, was it not, with having confrontations with people?
Objection.
Not that I'm aware of.
Didn't you say that you have to be counseled on 2 prior occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, take a look under previous counseling corrective action. Kathy has been counseled on 2 previous occasions regarding professional behavior among colleagues.
I don't know what that's about.
You just can't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Now, after this, was there any change in your status with Maya Kowalski?
No.
So risk management kept you on, right?
Yes.
You followed Maya Kowalski from floor to floor, did you not?
From the PICU to the 7th floor.
And you were the primary, if not only, social worker that dealt with her. True?
I was the primary. I wasn't the only social worker that dealt with her.
Didn't you ask to be on the team with Maya Kowalski?
I did not.
I'll get to it in a moment. So risk management assigned you to Maya, is that right?
It was my supervisor.
And isn't it true you were researching? I got an approach on this question.
We're walking that line. We're walking that line with this witness. Sorry, the white noise is still on, so I've got all the sound turned off from court. There we go. Okay. We're walking the line. He's going to approach really quickly. It's a quick one. He's already back on Zoom. They're already done. So let's see if he gets to ask it. That position she holds, it's almost locked in. Chin up.
You asked to follow Maya, did you not?
No, Edith Gunter asked me to stay on the case. She was my supervisor.
Can we bring up 2123-010? If you look down, it says I'll continue to follow, and then does it say there that one of your, who was Nina Bagby Bishop?
She was the 7th floor social worker.
All right. And did she tell you that she thought you were wanting to continue to follow this child?
She did.
And isn't it true you wanted to continue to follow this child?
No, I didn't, but I was asked to follow this child, but I wasn't going to tell Nina that this was something that had been discussed between Edith and I. That wasn't appropriate or professional at that point.
According to your corrective action, you were complaining that you had responsibilities on 2 different floors. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was putting you under a great deal of stress.
It was.
And you still asked to be on Maya's case, did you not?
I didn't ask. I didn't ask to be on Maya's case. Edith Gunter asked me to continue with the case. She was my supervisor at the time.
And again, after this, you were still kept on Maya's case, were you not?
I was.
Maya did not want you around her, did she?
She did not portray that to us.
Risk management was deeply involved in all of this, is that right?
Objection, vague.
In your supervision of Maya?
Objection.
Now that you clarified it, I'll overrule the objection.
So I don't know that deeply involved. There were certainly pieces of it that were directed by risk management, but I don't know that deeply involved is the right wording.
Remember giving your deposition on January 30th?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember to this too.
It does look like he's a little disorganized. He's got a lot of things he has to come back to. I'm worried that he's not going to.
Is it true that you had no training in CRPS at the time you were assigned?
That's true.
So you would not be able to notice any symptoms from the point of view of knowing what a CRPS symptom was?
Well, that wouldn't be my role.
Isn't that true?
That wouldn't be my role.
Okay. And you testified that Maya was yelling and used a bad word, I think, asshole or a-hole or something like that. What drugs was she on at that time?
I'm not aware of what drugs she was on.
And why is it through the rest of this period of time, or the rest of the time of the hospital, after this period of time, there isn't a single reference to any of this behavior? Yelling, cursing, anything like that?
So in your notes, we're putting down things that are necessary for the other team members to see and to know what to do. There certainly are times that people become very upset, very agitated. Parents might yell at us. Parents might be very demeaning. Kids might be very demeaning. But it's not stuff that we're going to put in the chart on a routine basis. It's just not. That's not the place for it.
Well, I'm simply asking you one question. Why is it that no other person in that hospital after this date ever said anything about Maya acting out with cursing and yelling language?
I can't speak to anybody else.
Right. And I believe you said that. Do you have the chapel? Deposition.
Oh, Chapel Depot. Here we go. We've got video. She's going to be confronted with herself.
I'm not sure this is it, but let me see. But in fact, the chapel was the only place that did not have a video camera. True?
Patients' rooms didn't have a video camera. The chapel didn't have a video camera. That's true.
And didn't you testify previously that you were in the chapel with Maya when taking a call?
You'd have to refresh my memory. I don't know about that.
Where it opened up, the phone opened up and you were on it in the chapel with Maya.
I don't recall that.
Okay, that would be bigger. Because she said she never went to the chapel with Maya. I don't recall.
Let me show you pages 142 through 145 of your deposition.
That's not her. No.
May I approach you?
May we approach?
Defense like, no, Your Honor, no. Maybe we approach. They're saying it's not her. Let's see what's going on. She's just trying to listen in, but the white noise makes it very difficult. Patient continues to display aggressive behavior is literally all you need. I document it all the time when necessary. Just tell you. What did Spidey tell us about fixing the hair over the weekend? If you guys watched with Rob, what did he tell us about when they're fixing their hair? Let's see if she tucks her chin here in just a minute. I love that all of you know the answer there. That's awesome. Green Peter says fixing their hair means they have more hair than you and me. I think that's correct. Okay, it's a long sidebar. I'm surprised we haven't ended in a proffer, or at least broken for a proffer at this point. It's a little early for lunch, but still. Miss Beatty's basically, Maya liked me, but she swore and was aggressive with me. Yes. And I documented her hostility in all my notes, but I was her favorite. We're hearing both sides here. Okay, they just broke on Zoom. I think she was trying to listen in. And I think she probably is able to. Being that close. She's almost as close to the attorneys to the judge. Re-ask the questions to the judge.
In the chapel?
We went in the chapel. Maya did a court hearing from the chapel with her attorney at one point.
So you were in the chapel with Maya at one point?
I was with her attorney.
I thought you said on direct that you were never in the chapel, period.
I'm sorry. I was never in the chapel alone with Maya.
You, can we bring up 1001-2026? And here you were criticizing Beata, were you not? Look at the middle of the page.
No, I wasn't criticizing anyone.
All right. Did you not say that you had been following her for 2 years? Didn't follow Johns Hopkins recommendations over 2 years?
I did state that.
You never talked to Dr. Kreisman, did you?
I talked to Dr. Kreisman frequently.
You didn't talk to any of the outside physicians before making that statement, did you?
I talked to, for this statement, I probably followed up or looked at the chart and looked to see what was happening because we would do a chart review.
But nowhere in the chart does it say that, does it?
I can't tell you that. I wouldn't have put that unless that was something that was presented to me or something that I saw in the chart review.
In fact, you did not follow up with a single one of the doctors to find out what the reasons for, or even if she did resist this transfer, Johns Hopkins recommendations.
I'm not sure of your question.
If you were so close to Maya, why is it that so many people, including Maya, said, strike it? Maya strongly disliked you, did she not?
She didn't present that in the hospital.
I'm going to let the jury ask some questions for a moment.
It's actually Ms. Crowell's time. Are you finished, Mr. Anderson?
For now, yes, please.
Nothing this time.
Okay, it's the jury's turn.
So it will be the jury's time if the jury has any questions.
I have to admit, I don't think the cross was extremely effective. Okay. Let's see what happens. Judge is getting Jules just posted a new update on TikTok, by the way. Just posted it right now, so just a heads up. I think it's actually the one from on break that just finished uploading, but judge is sorting a pile full of questions. As long as the witness is there, we're not going to hear the discussion. Matthew Harris is asking for a sound effect for the cross. It would be this one. Okay, he needs to recenter. He needs to recenter on this. Okay, the jury is being dismissed right now. So the jury is leaving right now. Jules on TikTok is blind_gossip. Blind_gossip on TikTok. That's how you get to Jules.
I ask that you do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You do no investigation, receive no information, and we'll call you back in a
So
few
the
minutes.
jury is out of our presence.
All
Miss
rise.
Beatty, if you could wait
Jurors
outside.
exit.
I need to review these outside your presence. So Miss Beatty is leaving the courtroom. He will get another chance after this, and
Jury
he'll
is out
reset.
of our presence.
Miss Beatty's also out of our presence.
Outside.
Red number 1. Did you call DCF for verbal consent for these photos, or did you have a signed consent for these photos to be taken? Will this be in the medical record for the jury to review? No objection, says Mr. Anderson. Krill says, well,
Red number 1.
I'm concerned this is going to open up. So we'd object to that one. The judge says, well, what's the conversation going to be? Krill says, I don't know. I've never asked her. I've never asked her that question. I don't know. Well, says the judge, did she contact a DCF to talk about the photos and whether she should be taking the photos? Krill says, I don't believe she did. I think she was directed to take them, judge, by DCF or risk management. Krill's Dr. Danielson and then risk management also involved. I think she's already testified to that. She says, do you want to ask her that before the jury? I don't know. Judge says, I got the impression from her testimony that DCF approved her actions. So I think the question is fair at the point. Okay, says Gross. Red number 2, says the judge. Did these photos ever become part of Maya's medical record? Who helped you with a second set of photos? Did you document in her chart the purpose of these photos or the date and time you completed them? No objection, says Krills. No objection, says Anderson. Red number 3. Why would the hospital take a child's first name off the door? Isn't there many children with the same name? Same first name. If Maya is using her profanity in the hospital, why is it not documented anywhere in her chart? Medical professionals are allowed to put things in quotes, are they not? End question mark. When you placed Maya on your lap, was there someone else in the room to witness this interaction? No objection from either side. Red number 4. Who took the photo when Maya got back from court? No objection from either side. Judge says, I'm right-handed, so it's always just anyway. Red number 5. Was there a second person involved with you taking her return photos? Is that person's name documented? No objections from either side. Red number 6. Prior to October 2016, how much experience did you have with they crossed out CRPS and left in Munchausen's? Says Krills. I don't have any objection, she says. No objection, says Mr. Anderson. She says, is it just Munchausen's or Munchausen by proxy? He says, just Munchausen's. Red number 7. In reference to the Code of Ethics and you comforting the patient, boundaries, mental harm, you started to state, quote, depends, end quote. Is the jury to take this as, quote, ethics, end quote, you were to abide to, are, in your view, open to your personal interpretation? Oh, wow. A yes-no answer would serve this juror best. Oh, no objection, says Mr. Anderson. They want a yes or no. She says, I have an objection. I don't think she should be required to limit it to a yes or no. Mr. Anderson says, well, she can answer yes or no and then explain. Krill says, I object to the juror directing her that she has to answer in a certain style. The judge says, I agree. I will not include the yes or no. Red number 8. During the time of Maya's stay, she testified about being in the hospital chapel. Today, you said that you were never in the All Children's Hospital chapel with Maya. Am I correct in what I heard you say? It is important for the jury to, among a plethora of other topics, to better understand this event. That being said, if Maya was transported from her room to the chapel and then back to her room, would there not be specifically something during that time that Maya was under a protective order, an entry in the logs of Maya's records of who transported Maya at the time to where, how long, if the, quote, transport staff, end quote, stayed and the time returning to the patient's assigned room, or is it normal not to document the patient's whereabouts? Wow, that was... Hold on a second, says the judge. Judge, read first, please. I didn't do that, says the judge. In cross, this was touched on, but not asked and answered. Please still ask for clarification. No objection, says Mr. Anderson. That's Shapiro says, well, we object to the preamble. In cross, this was that touched on. Judge says, I think what happened was they were writing notes before, and then it apparently was reference occurred, and then he wanted to clarify. Shapiro says, okay, so he's not asking you to read that part. Right, says the judge. I think it was just a note to me. Krell says, my only comment be the part where he calls what's important for the jury. I don't think I would ask that part. I would skip it. I would skip the is it important to the jury, but the rest of the question I have no objection to. Mr. Anderson says, I think it's probably okay to take that part out. Judge says, I will take that part out. Otherwise, it's okay. Red number 9. You were, I think it's asked, if you, while Maya's attorney with Maya, if you stood outside the room door, I believe you answered you were at the nurse's station, being outside across from the room, escort in / out, etc. I'd like to plainly ask and get a clear answer to, while Maya and her attorney were in the room talking with attorney-client protections, were you located anywhere in the proximity even anywhere in the hall to Maya's room? Or are you telling this jury that you were behind the nurse's station counter? Krill says, I don't have any, the judge says, you're objecting to the preamble. She says, yeah, it's a lot. And the, also, I'd like to plainly ask, I suggest we start with while they were talking. They're reviewing it. Yeah, says Krills. So we have no objection to the question. While Maya and her attorney were talking, were you located anywhere in the proximity, even anywhere in the hall or Maya's room? I'm objecting to the, are you telling this jury that you were behind the nurse's station? It seems. Mr. Anderson said, I don't think it's a big deal at all, you judge. And a lot of questions have been prefaced with that. Judge says the preamble, I agree, should not be asked. What I think I'll do, says the judge, is I'll read as follows. While Maya and her attorney were in the room talking with attorney-client protections, were you located anywhere in proximity, even anywhere in the hall to Maya's room, or that you were behind the nurse's station counter? That's fine, Judge, says Krills. So I'll remove the phrase, are you telling this jury? Eric, good to see you, man. Welcome. That's exactly what I'm doing. Red number 10, says the judge. Krills says, I thought we were done. Nope, we have to go through red number 11. In the series of before and after photos we have seen again today, I'd like to confirm that after seeing them refreshed today for yourself, first dash, in the court before us, end quote, you don't recall the person who assisted you. In the quote after, end quote, photos, you don't recall the person that assisted you. And next question, in both sets of photos, do you recall the name of the patient you were photographing? In both sets of photos, do you recall the name of the patient you were photographing? That's a weird question. Krill says, no objection. Red number 11. And at the end it says, to be answered by something in evidence we can review. So that is Judge Carroll. It says, Judge Carroll / Shapiro / Anderson, is this question answered by something in evidence we can review? So that, Krill says, they left me out. Ethan, you're up. Let's do it, says Shapiro. I'll read the question now. You testified much of what you did was at the direction of risk management of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. During that time, do you know who was on what I recall as the risk management advisory board or team, particularly possibly Dr. Sally Smith, as I think she was during her tenure on many, quote, board or teams, end quote. Krill says, well, I object to this statement in there as to what she testified to. I also object to this juror's conclusion that he's sharing with the jury that Sally Smith was during her tenure on many board of teams. That's his recollection of the evidence. I think the question, do you know who was on the risk management advisory board during that time, is fine. No objections to any of that, says Mr. Anderson. It's fine. Krill says, I don't think it's appropriate for this jury to tell the rest of the jury his recollection of the testimony or conclusions. Yeah. Corrells goes on. I mean, the actual question of who was on the risk advisory, the judge says, well, what I intend on reading is you testify much of what you did was at the direction of risk management of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. During that time, do you know who was on what advisory board or team? Or on the risk management advisory board or team? I am removing the references to Sally Smith. And then the statement I recall as being, Correll says, I would also ask the statement that what his recollection of the testimony is. Judge says, I think it helps orient to the question. Also, I think it helps for orientation purposes. And certainly if she disagrees, she can either testify that or you can follow up with questions. So that's it. Now, before we bring back the jury, we're almost at 11:30, so what Correll says, Shapiro says, the next witness we have after the lunch break will be Dr. Debe. Judge says, so we're to take lunch as soon as this witness is over. She says, we have a deposition we could play, but Shapiro says, let's suggest we take lunch, and then we could do Dr. Leby or Leedy after. Judge says, if we break at 11:45, then we'd be done at 1:15. Okay, let's bring back the jury. Man. All right, looks like most of the questions are going to be read. This time here, when the jury's asking these questions, we need Mr. Anderson to recenter and look at some of those things he said he was going to return to and see if he can approach it in a way that's both effective and efficient with time usage. I don't know. Is that... Man. There are so many points that he got close to, he led up to, and then couldn't find the document he wanted to cross her with, and then said, we'll come back to that. And then just seemed like we didn't come back to it. Rufus99, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for joining as a member. Appreciate your support. So the jury is going to be coming back here in just a moment. And this will probably take us, maybe about 10 minutes. I'm surprised Beatty not taking a lot of time. I thought Anderson would. With the focus she's been on this trial, with how much focus has been on her, it seems like this was a whiff on the cross.
Hey, please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case, is that correct? Correct. And you haven't seen any media coverage, is that correct? Correct. Members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask most of the questions. I went over these questions outside the presence of Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty. I'll address this note later on, okay. Ms. Beatty, do you recall for verbal let me start it again. Did you call DCF for verbal consent for these photos, or did you have a signed consent for these photos to be taken?
Verbal consent.
And will this be in the medical record for the jury to review?
I think it's in my note, but I'd have to go back and look at my note.
Did these photos ever become part of Maya's medical records?
No.
Who helped you with the second set of photos?
The bedside nurse.
Did you document in her chart the purpose of these photos or the date and time that you completed them?
I'm not sure if I documented them in my chart because these were something that was outside of what we would usually document.
Why would the hospital take a child's first name off the door? Isn't there many children with the first same name?
So I don't know why they pulled all of the nameplates off there, but there are many children with the same first name, but I think usually it was the last name was involved too. And so we wanted to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt to go in the room.
If Maya is using profanity in the hospital, why is it not documented anywhere in her chart?
So the best that I can tell you about that is a lot of times I had teenagers, I had young kids, I had kids from different backgrounds. A lot of times kids use profanity. Unless it was becoming an issue where it was very degradatory, we just gave the kids grace. If it became degradatory or it became that it was very abusive, then we discussed it with the kids and it would have been documented in the chart. We would discuss it with the parents. And it would have been documented in the chart. But it wasn't every day, and this was one time that I remember. I mean, she would get mad at all of us and say things like, she'd just say things, but you give the kid grace. It's a hard situation to be in. I don't want that to follow her forever.
Medical professionals are allowed to put things in quotes, are they not?
Yes.
When you placed Maya on your lap, was there someone in the room to witness this interaction?
There wasn't anyone in the room, but her door was open, and nurses and family members and things like that would walk by during the time that this was going on. So we were always within a sight of people.
Who took the photos when Maya got back from court?
I took those photos.
Was there a second person involved with you taking her return photos?
Yes, the bedside nurse.
Is that person's name documented?
It would be documented because that person would have done a nursing assessment on her that day.
Prior to October 2016, how much experience did you have with Munchausen's?
That's a good question. So through Suncoast Center, we had a couple of kids that were actually they were in foster care because of Munchausen. I had I think one or two cases before Maya got there, and then afterwards I had a couple cases. So throughout the years, we don't usually, if you don't work in a pediatric intensive care unit or you're not working in child welfare, you may not see that many cases.
In reference to the code of ethics and you comforting the patient, boundaries, mental harm, you started to state, quote, depends, end quote. Is the jury to take this as the, quote, ethics, end quote, you were to abide to are, in your view, open to your personal interpretation?
So they're guidelines, and with guidelines, they're open to what the situation brings. And many times kids would come up to us for comfort. We might side hug them, we might hold their hand. There were many times that I would be with kids while their procedures were happening, and I would be using skills to help them relax during that time. And I might hold their hand, I might rub their head, I might rub their feet, depending on where they were in the situation. But you weren't doing anything that was invasive. And it certainly didn't happen every day.
During the time of Maya's stay, she testified about being in the hospital chapel. Today, you said that you were never in the All Children's Hospital chapel with Maya. Am I correct in what I heard you say?
So let me clarify. I was in the chapel with Maya and her attorney for a phone call that she did with the court, but Maya and I were never alone in the chapel.
If Maya was transported from her room to the chapel and then back to her room, would there not be, especially during this time, Maya was under a protective order, an entry in the logs of Maya's records of who transported Maya, the time, to where, how long, if that, quote, transport staff, end quote, stayed in the time returning to the patient's assigned room, or is it normal not to document the patient's whereabouts?
So it's kind of, for the kids, always the bedside nurse knew where they are, where they were going. If they were going down to the activity center, or say that they were going down, they were there with a visit and with their parent, and they might be going downstairs. So, but the bedside nurse always knew where that child was.
While Maya and her attorney were in the room talking attorney-client protections, were you located anywhere in proximity, even anywhere in the hall to Maya's room, or were you behind the nurse's station counter?
I was behind the nurse's station. If you're talking about Mr. Zimmerman, I was behind the nurse's station.
In the series of before and after photos we have seen again today, I'd like to confirm, after you seeing them freshly today, in the befores, you do not recall the person that assisted you.
I know it was the bedside nurse, but I didn't know her name.
Okay. In the after photos, you do not recall the person that assisted you.
I don't. I know it was the bedside nurse, but I don't know her name.
In both sets of photos, do you recall the name of the patient you were photographing?
Yes, I do.
But she doesn't say it.
You testified much of what you did was at the direction of risk management of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital. During that time, do you know who was on what risk management advisory board or team?
So risk management was a department, and it's whoever was there. I spoke frequently with Patty, but I also spoke with some of the other risk management people during that time too.
Ms. Croels, do you have any follow-up?
Just briefly.
You were asked if you knew the name of the child you were photographing. Who were you photographing?
Maya Kowalski.
With respect to taking photographs, is this the first patient you've had where somebody's been sheltered by DCF?
No.
Is it unusual to take photographs of DCF sheltered children?
Objection. Chapter 39.
I'm going to overrule that one.
So we don't do it often, but sometimes if there's something that we need to document, we go ahead and do it and get it to the CPI or to the DCF people.
Thank you.
That documentation is in the emergency room, is it not?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
The documentation of photographs with other children? Did you say that it happens with other children?
Yes, it can happen with other children.
Those are in instances where somebody has a cigarette burn on them, or a broken arm, or a cut, or something like that. True?
I can't tell you what the circumstances would be. There's many circumstances.
It's not for a situation like this where there are none of those, is it?
That's not entirely true, no.
All right. Who gave you the verbal consent?
It would have been DCF, Charlotte Laporte.
Okay. Well, did you comply with all of DCF's policies of what you have to do before you take the photos?
Objection, Your Honor. Chapter 39.
They opened it up.
He says they opened it up. They opened it up. Okay, so she's saying that Charlotte Laporte is the one who gave her the verbal authority to take the photos. So let's see there. This is the Anderson we love. This is the Anderson we love. He's set. He's firing on all cylinders right here. Ella Cole says, I'm 2 minutes behind after the Granddad hat super chat. The one really threw me off. I had to rewind about 3 times. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was either. If I missed something, let me know. I think don't do drugs, kids. So I don't know what that was about. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. He's coming in hot. Yes, he is. This is going to be a vigorous little debate here at the bench if they're talking about having the door opened up. Mr. Whitney's brought paperwork back. Judge is taking notes. I don't think Ms. Corrells looks happy about the decision.
The question's going to ask a different question.
Did you comply with Johns Hopkins policies?
I'd have to look at them all the way to see if we complied with everything.
You could publish it, 2277.
Yeah, we're going to publish. Your Honor, it's in evidence. May we publish it?
If it's in evidence, yes.
2277-281A. I'll direct your attention towards the bottom there of the paragraph where there is a 1, a 2, and a 3. Do you see those?
I do see those.
Well, first, do you agree this is a Johns Hopkins requirement?
I see that it's a Johns Hopkins policy.
All right. Then take a look at 1, 2, and 3.
The attempts to contact the parent. The child's medical record should reflect the attempts to contact the parent or other person authorized to consent the treatment.
Did you attempt to contact the parents? That's the question. First question is, did you attempt to contact the parents?
I did not. But I did contact DCF.
Did you make any further attempts, or at least document it in the record, that you tried to get a hold of the parents?
I didn't attempt to call the parents.
So the policy wasn't followed.
And did you comply with number 3? The actual contact with the parent's legal guardian, advising the parent's legal guardian of consent and treatment authorized by DCF?
I did contact DCF, who was the legal guardian at the time for the child, yes.
No. There was a guardian ad litem appointed, was there not?
The guardian ad litem doesn't have consent.
Did you document anywhere in the file, if the jury was to look, that you tried to contact the GAL?
I wouldn't have contacted the GAL. The GAL is not the guardian.
And in the records, would you agree there is no analysis of these photos from a medical standpoint?
I don't know that.
So you knew going in that you were, what reason was it then?
Dr. Danielson asked us to document her skin condition.
And you would do that no matter whether it was allowed or not?
Objection argumented.
True?
Overruled. She can answer that.
So we did this, or I did this because this was asked of us by Dr. Danielson, and it had a good reason for it. If it was not a good reason, I certainly would have been discussing it with the medical team.
Dr. Danielson is not with DCF, is she?
No, she's not.
Charlotte Laporte, did you attempt to get authorization from Charlotte Laporte?
I did get authorization, talked with Charlotte Laporte that day.
You say you did. So if she testified in this courtroom that you did not, would she be incorrect?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know. I was talking to her that day, and
That
they
day.
were doing their own pictures in Sarasota.
So, go ahead.
And I explained to her that we were doing the photos here at the hospital.
Explain to her we were doing.
Again,
Pounce.
I just need
Pounce,
to know
Anderson.
if
Pounce.
she says in court that you did not seek any permission from her, is she wrong?
I don't know what she said and what she didn't say.
The reason for the cracked door policy involving attorneys is to make sure that if the child falls, that you can yell, that the child can yell and you can hear them, true?
Correct.
Do you really think her attorney wouldn't help her if she did?
I can't speak to that.
Well,
Sustained.
would you agree with me there was a person in there?
I can agree with you, yes. Sure.
A person who had ethical duties to her, in fact, as an attorney.
Well, those aren't the same as medical.
Okay? Well, if she were to have a fall, wouldn't there be somebody right there next to her to help?
I can't speak to that. We left the door open. That was part of the policy. When you had a risk for a fall, you left the door open.
I thought you said there was a lot of discretion in how to follow these.
There sometimes.
Okay.
Overruled.
Sometimes there can be some discretion, but this is a big one because if she fell and hit her head or fell and broke something.
If she fell and hit her head or fell and broke something, don't you think her lawyer would come out and let you know?
I can only speak to you that we left the door open.
You left the door open,
Yes,
not to protect Maya, but so you could hear what was going on in there, didn't you?
Absolutely not, because you can't hear from the nurse's station. There are so many beeps and buzzers and phones going off. You can't hear from the nurse's station into a patient's room.
As to the Nurses Association rules of ethics, whether they are, what did you call them, guidelines or not, you violated them, did you not?
Objection, argumentative, misstates the guidelines he's referencing to for one, but argumentative.
Sustained.
Regardless of how you designate them, you violated those guidelines, did you not?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No, I did not. I provided comfort to a child who was extremely upset, who was extremely emotional, and who asked for comfort.
Without any authorization from the parents. Why didn't you call the parents?
I'm not sure in that moment that you would stop and call parents. I think you would attend to the child. Which
Why not
I
call
did.
them? Why not call
Sorry, Your Honor,
some?
can
Sorry,
you not
she can
interrupt?
finish.
Can you not interrupt
Go ahead.
the witness?
Yeah, please let her finish the answer.
Yes, sir.
I think you would attend to the situation, attend to the child, and try to provide comfort for the child. I certainly would have not walked out on her to then make phone calls.
Well, for her to be so upset that you had to put her on your lap, this had to be going on for a considerable period of time, didn't it?
It happened pretty quickly because once I said to her that she wasn't going to be able to go home for Christmas, tears came. She was very upset.
My point being that she couldn't get that upset if it was quick, and if it was long, you could call the parents.
So it's reasonable to provide comfort to a child, and that's what I did.
On direct examination, you testified that you could tell between the two photographs which bra Maya had on at the time, the training bra or the other bra, correct?
Right.
You can remember that, but you have no memory of who helped you?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
So that was a long time ago, and I don't remember who her nurses were every day and who helped.
Yes, I know, but the point is, how could you remember all the things you described for the jury on direct examination and forget that?
So I knew how that she had changed clothes to go to court, and I knew that she had, when she came back, she had on different clothes. But I don't remember the bedside nurse's names. I'm sorry.
So, if we're correct, and if the jury were to conclude, say, that this was brutal to do what was happening with these photos, you did it to her twice?
Objection, argumentative.
I can't tell you what the jury's going to find or not find. I certainly didn't do anything to try to be brutal. If anything, we tried very hard to be very professional with Maya. I left the room once we were done so that she could change and get ready to go. And once she was done with the nighttime pictures, she and the nurse, I left the room again for her to get changed for night.
And why wasn't there a time stamp on any of these photos?
I don't know that I understand that question.
Do you know what a timestamp is?
Yeah.
It's in the bottom corner of photographs.
I can't speak to that. I used the camera that they told me.
If the jury were to go search for those photographs in the medical record, they would not find them, would they?
I don't think so.
Nor would they find any consent in the medical records that you called anyone on behalf of the parents.
Objection, argumentative.
True.
Asked and answered.
Sustained, unasked, and answered.
It was as to the medical records.
Asked and answered.
Sustained, unasked, and answered.
That was a new question.
And would you agree with me in the photo showing Maya's face that she did not look happy at all, did she?
Asked and answered on his original.
No, I did not.
Cross.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that one.
She did not look happy.
She was not happy. Why did you not stop and call the parents?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You said you got verbal consent. From whom did you get verbal consent?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Where did you document it? That's the question. Where did you document the verbal consent? And chase it. She talked to them after, saying we were doing the pictures.
One moment,
I think she got acknowledgement afterwards, not permission before.
Are you aware of the terms of the order on December 27th regarding your involvement in supervision?
Objection, outside the scope of where we are.
Sustained.
Nothing further this time.
Ms. Corrales, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anything further from you?
Okay, let's see how many questions there are. If there are not very many, we won't get to hear them. Meaning we won't get to hear them before. One, two, three. Judges writing names on pages. Jury's not done with her yet, so I'm just saying. Let's see. Everyone's approached the bench. The judge is still... I think they're... the jury's being excused. Here we go. So we will get to hear these. Everyone's saying two left hands. I thought that far hand looks like a right. But the jury's out of our presence. Miss Beatty, if you could step back outside, please, says the judge. It looks like a right and a left hand, but being a right and left hand, imagine, first of all, look at the body. It looks like somebody is standing on the far side as well as on the close side. So the body is more of an issue for me. Miss Beatty's out of our present. Second round, red number 1. In the second photo, the hand in the photo does not match bedside nurse in the first photo. Whose hand is this? No objection from either side. Good job, jury. Red number 2. Did you document your conversation with DCF for consent? Did you document your verbal consent with DCF and have another witness on the phone to witness your verbal consent? Will that be documented in the medical records for the jury to review? Does the hospital use a log to log when children are off the floor to keep track of where the children are and when they are off the unit and when they are returned? Are you testifying you do not know if you documented the photography in the charts, but the bedside nurse would have documented it? Which would it be? Is that where we should look for documentation in the chart? Do you know what she changed into to wear to court? Krell says, Anderson, no objection. Krell's, my own comment would be they already asked the question. If you want to ask again, I think it's been asked and answered. Judge says, I'm going to overrule asked and answered. I'm going to ask that. Red number 3, the person seen holding Maya's hands in the before photos has on all black clothing. Would that be the bedside nurse? Or did someone else have to hold her down? What would that be documented? No objections from either side. What role did Dr. Danielson have in Maya's care? What role did Dr. Danielson have in Maya's care? No objection from either side. What kind of device would the pictures taken on? Will the original file images include encoded properties and be provided for inspection? They want the metadata. And it says, parentheses, when viewing a file. Correll says, I don't think you can answer the second one. I have no objection to the first one. Mr. Anderson says, I'm sorry, Judge, can I see that one? Judge says, they want to know about the metadata. Correll says, yeah, I think they're asking, yeah. Ms. Anderson says, that's fine. I mean, if they know. I doubt she does. But I do think it's an important question. Correll says, I don't think she knows what's being provided to the jury. Judge says, if she's not going to, isn't going to know, I'm going to overrule the objection and ask the question. Red number 6. Your answer to my question was about the chapel visit. The quote, bedside nurse, end quote, always knows where the patient is. That is a response. I asked, let me read it again to the judge. Your answer to my question was about the chapel visit. The bedside nurse always knows where the patient is, end quote. That is a response. I asked, would there be an entry placed in writing or typed in the patient's log, similar to when a patient is transported to physical therapy or in an x-ray? Is it written / logged so we know? Correll says, I object to the preamble, but no other objection. Mr. Anderson says no objection. And he says the preamble's orienting the witness. Judge says, I'll take out the preamble. In reference to the before and after photos of Maya, you are testifying that those photos were taken with the hospital official camera? Yes or no, please? Confirmation, no. Personal cameras or photos were used? Yes or no, please? No objection from Corrells, no objection from Anderson. Let's bring back in the jury, said the judge, and bring back in the Miss Beatty. All righty, those are the ones we've got. If they show the picture again of the two left-hand pictures, I think it's a left and a right. Just think about a hospital bed, for those of you who've stood in a hospital room and know about what size they are, and look at the direction of the arms and try to imagine where I'm talking the chest, across the upper torso, across the shoulders. Where would the body have to be for those arms to be the same person? Where would the body have to be for those two hands to do that? And it really looks like somebody's on both sides of the bed. It's plainly two different sleeves. And I would say neither one of them are Miss Beatty. It's a 9-foot nurse. Very, very, very long arms, maybe. What are bedside nurses' uniforms like? The scrubs, I mean, nurses can wear all different types of scrubs. But it would surprise me, especially in a children's hospital, for them to be wearing all black. Usually they wear sort of lighter...
Please be seated, everybody.
Even themed scrubs. But no.
Speedy. In the second photo, the hand in the photo does not match the bedside nurse in the first photo. Whose hand is this?
I'm not sure what photo that they're talking about.
Did you document your conversation with DCF for consent?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Did you document your verbal consent with DCF and have another witness on the phone to witness your verbal consent?
I'd have to look at my notes. I don't think I had anyone else with me.
And next question, will that be documented in the medical records for the jury to review?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Does the hospital use a log to log when children are off the floor to keep track of where the children are when they are off the unit and when they return?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you testifying you do not know if you documented the photographs in the chart, but the bedside nurse would be documented?
So bedside nurses write a note for every day that they're there with the kids, so that name would be documented in the chart, yes.
Is that where we should look for documentation in the chart?
Yes.
Do you know what Maya changed into to wear to court?
I don't.
The person seen holding Maya's hands in the quote before end quote photos has on all black clothing. Would that be the bedside nurse?
Yes, that would have been the bedside nurse.
Did someone else have to hold her down?
No, nobody held her down.
Would that be documented?
I don't know that it would be documented because nobody needed to hold her down.
What role did Dr. Danielson have in Maya's care?
Dr. Danielson was the attending for the week, so that would be her part in the care.
What kind of device were the pictures taken on?
So this was a long time ago. I think it was on a digital camera.
Will the original file images, including encoded properties, be provided for inspection?
I don't know that.
I think it was a digital camera. No, they were Polaroids.
Would there be an entry placed in writing or typed in the patient's log, similar to when a patient is transported to physical therapy or an X-ray?
For what?
Okay, well, I'm going to have to ask the whole thing. Your answer to my question was about the chapel visit. Quote, the bedside nurse always knows where the patient is, end quote. That is a response. Would there be an entry placed in writing or typed in the patient's log, similar to when a patient is transported to physical therapy or an X-ray?
I don't know what the bedside nurse would log.
In reference to the before and after photos of Maya, you were testifying that those photos were taken with a hospital official camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And no personal cameras or photos were used. Is that correct?
Yes. No personal cameras were ever used for any of our kids.
Ms.
Crowell's, anything further based on the jurors' questions?
She wants to be done.
Mr. Anderson, anything?
Mr. Anderson's going to have something. Follow
You
the jury's
testified a
rule.
lot about consent, but you did not comply with the policy except through Charlotte Laporte, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm predicate.
Overruled.
No, I'm
All
not
right.
sure what you're asking.
Is Dr. Danielson on the risk committee?
I don't know that.
All right. Afterwards, did you document all of the things you testified to in the record?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
I don't know what you're asking.
Would it refresh your recollection to see how you documented what you did with Maya in an email, a memo you sent around immediately after?
Sure.
You pull it up.
Is it in evidence?
Yes.
It's in evidence. It's 100294, and the second page is 95.
Let's take a look at this.
No, that's not it. It's 194, 195. There you go.
It's really small print. You could do side by side.
Let's bring the second one up if we can. Take a look at these now. And first tell me, was this your documentation of what you did after you did it?
Is the date of this one? That's blah.
It's got a 6:54 Eastern Time stamp on it, which would probably be after court.
Where in here does it explain anything of what you said you did?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you don't say in here that you obtained consent from risk management, does it?
I'm not sure I would obtain consent from risk management.
Does it say that you got any consent from anyone?
I'd have to look at my emails from that day too.
Did you bring those emails?
No.
Would you agree with me that if you had done all the things you said you did, it would appear in here more likely than anywhere?
I can't say that it would.
Well, then why did you do it?
I don't understand your question, Mr. Anderson. Let's not use so many pronouns.
Yes, sir. Then who took this information?
Objection, vague.
This is as to 1002-1094.
Objection, vague.
I'm just talking about the whole thing.
Why don't you be more specific with your questions?
All right. In this exhibit, 1002-0194, in the middle, it says actions taken or intervention completed. Do you see that?
That wasn't my note.
I see. And so where would the person putting this down get this information?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
If not you? Who else could give this information? The entire thing.
Sustained.
Objection, vague.
Oh my goodness.
Asking.
This note has social worker stuff all over in it.
It says here that Maya reports she would like to pray. Do you see that?
The note that's up on mine is my note, and I don't see that.
It's in the middle right there. it says she left the room moaning, bending at the hip, using her legs to move. See that?
I do see that.
That was not testified to in direct examination, was it?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Crowell, is anything further?
Just briefly. So the record you just looked at, 0995, established that you took the pictures before she left. Uncle Scott was taking her, and you took the pictures when she came back.
Right.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anything else? Looks like I've got at least one more question coming.
Probably won't hear this one. Okay, so the attorneys are coming up to the... Well... Let's see what happens here. Zoom's far ahead right now. I think it was good. I think it was good. I think what they did was effective.
Ms. Beatty, should the documentation of obtaining consent be part of a medical record for any procedure done on a patient?
It can be, and yes, it can be part of the medical record. And we would, if when we get consent, we would have put it in the chart. But it's a different form, and it might be in another part of the chart.
It's not in
Anything
the chart.
else? Anything else?
It's not going to be there.
You have no idea where that is, correct?
Oh, I know. It would be under consents. There's always a consents tab within the chart.
Anything further from the jury? Okay, members of the jury, I think this is probably a good time to break for lunch. Have them back to go at 1:40. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All rise. Jurors exit.
They're coming back at 1:30. Let's see if they do anything proffer-wise with this witness before she leaves. Like we got with Sally Smith.
The jury is out of our presence. Is Ms. Beatty excused from all subpoenas, or does she need to stay under subpoena?
She's excused.
From?
Yeah, she's excused.
Okay, so
She's excused.
she's free
No
to go.
proffer.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm sorry, I keep forgetting she's not part of them anymore. No, not released at this point.
Okay.
She's not under your subpoena. Oh, yes, she is.
Okay.
Well, once
You're still subject to the subpoena, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. But you're free to go today. Okay, let's.
So can I just explain something to her? So
Can you just wait?
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor.
No problem.
Are you?
Here, can I finish us up so we can let everybody go? And feel free to sit down if you want. The note I received from the jury probably 30 minutes ago, one of the jurors indicated that her daughter is going to get an award on November 8th, and the parent needs to let them know if the daughter can go, and the parent would have to be in that location, which is probably 45 minutes away from here at 4:45. Bottom line is on the 8th, I didn't get the person who sent this, so I don't know if this is a person that's actually deliberating or not. I'm just saying that if that person deliberates, we might end up having to address
the length on the 8th. Now, that also brings us up to a bigger question of how we seem to continue to slow down.
Yes.
We seem to go even slower when we try to speed up. So where are we on the defense finishing its case in chief?
Well, Judge, I will say that we're trying to get through as many witnesses as we can. Obviously, the cross-examination length and juror questions, I thought we would be through Ms. Beatty and a deposition this morning. So we're trying to get through everything. We do not believe that we will be finished. We're aiming for Wednesday midday at this point, Judge, because we're stopping at 4 today. We're stopping at 4 tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, assuming depending on the lengths of the cross.
When we get back from lunch, I'm going to want a preview of who's coming the next 3 days, 2.5 days.
Sure.
And I'm also going to need to know from the plaintiffs what you're looking for purposes of
additional
your
time.
rebuttal case, and then we need to talk about time.
Yes.
So I need to know all of that when we come back from lunch. Let's come back at 1:15, and we'll have that conversation. Is there anything else we need to address before we leave today?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock today for jury instructions.
Nothing for the defense, sure.
Anything from the plaintiffs?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, see y'all at 1:15.
All rise. Court is in recess.
All right. So as the court leaves for lunch, we're going to just go over a few things. I'm disappointed once again. I realize that a lot of people are saying don't get down on Anderson. I love Mr. Anderson. Does a great job. He shines in depots. And on cross, he can be brutal. He can be brutal. I didn't see that today. I didn't see it. I saw that he got running starts, but then the jump was missed, or the judge or the way he'd word the question would be the fault, and it would never get to the end goal that he was shooting at. So, not. I don't know. I think it was effective. It was pretty good that way, but yeah. Okay, let's bring up our. All right, if you guys like coverage like this, I would encourage you to please click the subscribe button and ring the bell. We're going to follow this case gavel to gavel throughout, and as we're nearing the end, I can imagine there's more spiciness. After lunch, we're going to figure out how much time the plaintiff is going to ask the judge for, and we're going to hear the defense argue against them getting any time. So we'll see how that goes. We've got a few things tonight. I know Mr. Aldenburnt. I can never remember his name. The gentleman from the back. He's going to discuss jury instructions at the end. He's been told several times they need to make them more neutral and not as favorable to the defense. So he's been told to take wording out and make things, not stress certain points over and over, and make it better, make it more equal for both sides. Sheepy4 UK, welcome to the gallery. Love to see that courthouse change next to your name, and I appreciate your support. Beth as well, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Thank you. Wow. I think the jury got enough of a taste of Miss Beatty. From the juror questions, I think they're not liking her answers. I think they went in again for, like round 2 of the same question, trying to come from a different angle because they felt like she was being deceptive or maybe possibly intentionally not understanding the questions. And so many times she'd say, I don't understand the question, or maybe it depends. She was so evasive, I think would be a better word than instead of deceptive, evasive in her answers, that the jury went for many different angles at the same issue back and forth. And I think that's very telling. So I think the jury really understands that. I think we can understand from the jury that they possibly aren't believing everything they're hearing, or they believe there's more to the story than what they are hearing. Let's see. Thank you, Matt. Let's see. Beth, it's actually 3 months. Yes. Yeah, this is month 3. That's correct. Thank you very much, Beth. Appreciate that. All right. I think we might have Jules on the phone. Just one second here.
Call from Jules.
Hello, Jules. This is Scott. How are you doing today?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'll just let you talk and tell us what you're thinking.
Okay, well, she had a police escort from her car upon arrival. That the deputies were already, well, actually, she arrived with Miss Corellas, whatever her name is. You know the lawyer I'm talking about.
Yep.
So there was deputies outside waiting for their arrival. They were escorted across the parking lot, the stairs, and into the room where the defense has their own little private room. And then when she was brought into the courtroom, then we had extra security brought in at that time. And during that first break there, I don't know if you heard her. She had to use the restroom. Deputy, she was escorted to the restroom with the deputy standing outside and escorted back. So yeah, she's been. In fact, I got a little like a 5-second video clip of her being escorted to her car.
Awesome. Well, are you going to put that up on TikTok?
I'm going to certainly try.
Okay.
I don't know how well it came out. You know, I was kind of nervous. So,
I'm sure it's great.
Her appearance certainly was different than from those depositions, that's for sure. And I have to honestly say, you know, these jurors, once again, they were all paying very, very close attention, meticulous note-taking on their part, and on that first round of questions, it was jurors 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. The second round of questions, it was jurors 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 12. And then that last question came from 6. And I just don't she helped the defense. I can't see how she helped the defense. She was, everything was, go ahead.
It sounded like she was being evasive many times. Like there were some questions that were pretty easy to understand just on the face value that she seemed to not understand. And there was a lot of evasiveness, I think, in her responses. Did you get that same feel from her?
Yes. Oh, and also shout out, I did, and shout out Addict and Law and Lumber, all those people in the courtroom today.
Wonderful. That's awesome.
They're yours and Rob's, yes, because everybody came up to me to introduce themselves and told me I'm from, some of them are saying, I watched Rob and found Scott from Rob, or I watched Scott and found Rob from Scott. So, yeah, so.
That's good. That's wonderful. It's good to have some company there with you.
But yes, I don't, very evasive. You could tell by the way the jury was when, especially when it was coming to their questions, especially that second round of questions. Everything is, I don't recall, focusing in on those pictures, and they're focusing in on consent. They also focused in on judgment. Lawyer, and I'm not a jury consultant or anything like that, but those three to me are really key, and they're going against hospital, don't you think?
Yeah, it was very telling. I think it helped when Mr. Anderson started. It sounded like he was a little bit. He had too many things going at once, and after the first round of jury questions, he sort of settled into his cross a little bit better. But do you think he got everything in that he wanted to? He tried to go. He tried to present the court ruling, the instructions from the court order. To the witness. It sounds like the judge ruled that he couldn't do that, which is one of the few times the judge has said you can't bring that into court. But I don't know. Do you think that Mr. Anderson accomplished everything he needed to today? I might have lost Jules.
I think he found himself frustrated and flustered, all because asking for exhibits and the exhibits weren't getting up fast enough, or they couldn't be found. I think that there was a lot more that he wanted to address that he had the opportunity to. And the only reason why I say that is because at one point, I mean, he literally said, and I'm sure you caught it, I'm just going to let the jury ask my questions.
Yeah, he's like, turn it over to the jury.
So,
yep. It's interesting that that he didn't release her. He has a subpoena for her, and he did not release her. His part of the case is over. Is it possible he could call her on a rebuttal?
he could if he thought it was going to help him. I don't see it help him to call her on rebuttal. I think enough of damage was done.
Yeah.
Going by the jury questions. I think the jury on is happening here by the questions.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, Jules.
The motive is for keeping her under subpoena.
I think it's just to keep her from talking to people.
I don't know if you heard Lady Corella over there say to her as she was leaving the courtroom. Now remember, you cannot watch anything or read anything about. And I heard Kathy Beatty say, "I understand."
Yeah.
If you guys were able to hear that or not.
Yeah, we did not hear that, but thank you very much for that clarification. Jules, your signal's breaking up a little bit. Thank you once again. Just an amazing court reporter, observer, extraordinaire. Thank you, Jules. Appreciate that. We've been shouting out your TikTok to everyone who wants updates, and we'll watch there for updates from you as well. But thank you once again, Jules.
Jay, I'll try to get to you later.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you. Bye. All right, there we go. Thank you, Jules. This is her TikTok right there. That's the only platform she's on, that, according to my knowledge. I don't think she's on any other platforms. All right, any info on the Sarah Boone case with new attorney apparently in court sometime today? They are supposed to. Hopefully, Becca will hear if the date is going to hold for trial, which is set up right for I believe it's the end of the year, right? Is it like December 30th or something? I think that's when we're set up for trial, or November 30th. It's right. I think it's a month from now, maybe. But hopefully we feel that they're gonna go forward and good with where they're at in that trial. So I have not followed that yet. Let's see. The other attorney did not like him keeping on subpoena. Yeah, she even said, "I don't think they subpoenaed her." I'm like, yeah, we did, but so they kept her. All right, she is on YouTube. Lou Jones, I'll have to watch for her channel on YouTube. We'd share that as well. Jessica, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate all those who are coming over from Law and Lumber. A fantastic community over there. Rob does an amazing job. He was on this weekend with Spidey, breaking down Sally Smith's testimony on the stand, and it was just amazing. If you got to watch that, I tried to be really quiet and chat, but I had it playing and just loved it. My wife was watching as well. At one point, I was watching. I'm like, why am I hearing a weird echo? It's because I was in here watching on my computer. She has it going in the other room as well. So we went and sort of watched it together a little bit. All right, we have lunch. We're coming back at 1 o'clock, so we're going to be about 1 hour. Half an hour is all we get. Oh, it's quick. Half an hour. We'll be back at 1. They're going to be back in court at 1:15, doing a little bit of paperwork before we start the rest of the day. I'm not sure who they're going to go with first. Let's see. We had Kathy Beatty. They've got a couple depots. They say Dr. Shannon Needy is an expert witness. That might be coming up next. And they also have a couple depots they could play, which the plaintiff has sort of redacted all their time from. There's very little they want in any of these depots, and they're down. I don't know time wise, but they're down probably an hour, and so they have about an hour and 35 minutes left. That's roughly where they're at, I think, with their time. Matt Bond says, see Queen Jules on Nerd Report with Lewis. All right, wonderful. Nerd Report with Lewis. Thank you very much, Matt. If you can text me a link to that, I'll see if I can share it in the next segment. So we're going to take a little bit of break. We're going to come back with a 1 o'clock Eastern time start time. That'll give us 15 minutes to get set up and in order and answer any questions we have before we begin the second half of the day, which I need to check here. Make sure my Colorado court hasn't started yet. And it has not. Okay. All right. I think that's it. Is there anything else I need to answer? Any questions? Any burning questions we need to get to? Not that I would know the answer, but I know who to ask. Thank you very much for all the new subs who came today. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for joining us. Added security around CB explains why judge did not warn not to speak with anyone leaving the courtroom. Yeah, 'cause she's got her own personal bodyguard who will let him know if anything happens. All right, I think we're good. Yes, the second channel with Colorado v. Nathan Woodyard trial. That trial actually picks up in, I think it starts in 2 hours. And so I'll be recording that and posting that tonight for the event that happened today. We're trying to follow that gavel to gavel as well. It's a little bit harder because the court is not very effective with their WebEx, so they cut bits out. So it's not as clean as we would like, but we are getting everything we can for you up on that second channel if you are trying to follow that trial. That's the death of Elijah McLean. It's the third officer who's being tried in that case. So we're following that one. You can watch that on the second channel if you want to. All right. I think that's it. So tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe to go live again in half an hour exactly. Half an hour right now. Cat's name is Pickles. We went with Pickles. And yeah. A big thank you for, I had some gifts show up, by the way. I had some gifts, some yummy food that might be in the form of Weetabix, because I mentioned that. Also, we had a fly swatter show up after the bug story that Rob shared. He did a great job putting that together. Thank you very much, Rob. Great stuff. Thank you all. We'll see you after lunch. Be good.
Is that correct?